Quick notice before we start, we have a photo sensitivity warning here. If have any sort of photo sensitivity, probably not the game, the run for you to watch. Gonna be real. Other than that, I think we get into it. So this is Vampire Survivors, 100%, just as a quick explanation of the category, 100% involves getting every bestiary entry, or the collection, every unlock, or the secrets, and also purchasing every character. So, that said, first task is complete our save. Then time starts once we load into the first run. Ooh, alright, let's go. So, go. Alright, that was it. We got to countdown, but let's get into it. So, Vampire Survivors, most people have probably played or seen this game. It's pretty simple. We control a character in the middle of a field and we get attacked by endless hordes of monsters. The game sounds like jeez. Alright, hang on. That is weird because that shouldn't be on that scene, but hopefully MASH can fix that. Assuming MASH didn't immediately go to bed. But, yes. So, first run here, if we can hear me over the intermission music. Right, yeah. Yes, so first run here, our aim is to hit level 20. That's basically the only thing that we need to do to continue the run. But there are a few things that we would like to do. Specifically, we would want to get the magic wand to level 7. We also want to get... It would be nice if we could get Tome and the Santa Water to level 4. And we also would like to destroy 20 torches. And then on top of that, like to do all of that before we hit 10 minutes, which is a little bit of a tricky proposition, but we can pull it off. I think that the key in the sort of early game is just be very aggressive about picking up experience gems. There we go. The other thing that I mentioned, just looking at the stream at the moment, is the donation tracker in the corner. Source just needs to be opened and expanded so that it lines up with the capture. Alright, cool. So I think that should be all of the audio issues fixed. If anyone's got any problems, make sure to say something in chat. But yeah, there's not really a whole lot else to talk about. This is a very slow game because most of it is essentially auto-scrollers. But we do save time, so the main thing we're trying to do is be very quick about choosing our items, because obviously the timer doesn't advance while we're in the menu, so the faster we can do it, the more time we save. That's about it. This is the one bit of tech in this run. See the whip item, it fires out in sort of alternate directions, but it's based on the direction that you're facing when it fires out, so if you turn around at the exact right time you can get a double hit in. Yeah, so because I just deleted all the save files, that did reset the settings, so probably in a second just go in and adjust the audio. But the other thing that it did sets the graphical settings to default, so you can see the damage numbers are on, and also when enemies take damage, they will flash. Once the bitrate gets really bad, which will probably be very soon, I'll go in there and I'll turn that off, and that should improve things slightly. Jams. It seems fine. Cool. I do have it set up to... I think this game's really good, so I have the game audio probably slightly higher than necessary. How much health does death actually have? I believe it scales with your HP. A lot of the sort of boss type enemies in this game have HP that scales with your level, so it depends on what your level is. But it is like absurdly high. I think it's like 65,000 times your level, or something absurd like that. SFX for picking up items is a bit loud. Yeah, all of the SFX is all tied to the same thing, so I'll just turn the sound effects down in a second. So we have the 4 items at the moment that we would like to have, which is the Depths of Home and the Holy Water. But one of the sort of key concepts, I think key ideas to sort of playing this game effectively is you really want to try and focus on getting as strong as possible in the early game, and that often does not actually mean picking up a bunch of different weapons. It is typically way better to focus on leveling up 1 or 2 weapons as high as possible before trying to get more. 2 to 3 weapons is a nice safe zone, because as weapons level up, they get way stronger than if you just level 1 weapon. Get more damage than I'd like to, yeah, but pretty good pace for levels, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm gonna try and throw out some torches. Especially because these green guys are just way too tanky, and like they're not really worth killing in terms of experience. Oh yeah, these torches, light sources, basically they're destructible crates that will drop items when you destroy them. Like a slightly different design for every map, but the general idea is they will drop stuff. And one of the things that they can drop is chickens, which we need a bunch of. We will be taking along. Some of the sprites are kind of throwbacks to Castlevania 2. Honestly, the entire game is just like a huge sort of Castlevania reference. Like the devs are not shy about the Castlevania influence on this game. Chickens in the past, Future's torch chickens. Oh yeah. Although later on we'll be eating like, I don't know, cube chickens. Well, so war chickens are in this game in the Castlevania DLC, but they are actually strictly better than chickens. Alright, that's a bit loud. I'm going to... that's a chest, by the way. I've already picked up a few of these, but... chests will give you some gold and then also level up one of the items that you picked up. They also have a chance to be either 3 or 5 chests. Which will improve 3 to 5 weapons at a time. But yeah, there's not a whole lot going on. At the moment, it's trying to hit level 20, which I think I might be a bit short of torches as well. We're very close to the level that we need, but I would like to make sure that I get enough torches. I've never not gotten enough torches when it's run, but I know the first time for everything. Doesn't really change that much if I don't, but I'm actually doing need an orb. An orb would be very nice. If I got an orb now, that could pull off one of the funnier things you can do in the game, which is get 6 evolutions by the second run. But it's probably happen. Actually, I really desperately like to hit level 20 before I hit 10 minutes on the timer, for a reason that I'll explain later. But bats are extremely tanky, so that should very much. Here, and we peace out. Okay, I've got 20 light sources. Okay, so second run. Actually, what? Bit of safety. So, this is the inlay library. It's probably one of the 8 stages in the game, but for consistency, I'm just going to restart until the gem here gives me up option. Just because gotta kind of play a bit aggressively to get everything out of this. Yep. Alright, so if anyone has any questions about this game, feel free to ask. Kind of just a lot of downtime in the commentary because I'm kind of just going through the game. Of walking in one direction. We actually get to walk in 2 directions in this run. But actually, speaking of which, ooh, yes. That kind of brings up. Actually, I'll talk about that later. But one of the things I do want to mention, garlic is a very good weapon for the game, but we don't use it too much in this run because it causes issues. Because it has a mechanic that's like not really relevant most of the other times, but it kind of just makes things miserable for us who are trying to go fast. What's needed for 100%? That is everything in the bestiary, everything in the collection, all unlocks, all secrets, and purchasing every character. But yeah, so we won't be using garlic a whole lot in this run until much later, but you're going to start going for secrets, and some are easier than others. We kind of... as soon as we unlock the secrets scroll, you probably will start going... we kind of try and fit them in wherever we can, but it's typically towards the sort of later stages. You don't need secrets for anything, most of the time. Is phaser one of the best weapons in the game? Yes, I am a big fan of the phaser. It is just extremely convenient. Especially one of the things that kind of leads nicely into things that I was going to talk about, which is that AoE weapons in particular are extremely good, which is why we would like to be getting the whip as early as possible in most of these early stages. Most of these stages in the early parts of the run, just because, especially when we are playing, say, a Melder here who starts with the wand basically damages one enemy, and then like it might not even kill them, and then while the whip like wipe out huge swathes of enemies at once. So whip is probably just like our best friend. The early stages of on here, especially since it upgrades with the cooldown passive. Yes, the phaser. That is the other thing, is we'll be going for the magic wand a lot because cooldown item is like one of the best items in the game. We powered up wand, that should be. So honestly, most of the weapons when they're fully evolved are extremely good. But anyway, this is the reason why I wanted to clear that level for 10 minutes. This is going to give us a 5-thing chest. So the chests in this game, the first few chests on a new save file are actually completely scripted. And this is the 5th chest that we've gotten, or 6th, which means that it is guaranteed to be a 5-person chest, a 5-item chest. But the thing is that last time I checked, they might have changed this or something, but that count also includes chests inside boss enemies that you haven't killed. So there's a boss that spawns at 10 minutes on the previous map, and if I had hit level 20 and then not killed that boss, then the chest that it had in it, which would have been a 5-item chest, would have just disappeared, and the chest that I got now would have just been a 1-item chest, which not super helpful. But yeah, so at the moment we're kind of just chilling around in the starting area here, but in a second we're going to start moving, and that'll sort of bring up one of the other sort of mechanics to sort of keep in mind this run, which is we will need to be traveling. You see over here on the left the arrow that's sort of pointing off into the distance. That means there is a relic that we can pick up on this stage. We need to pick up all of them. There are associated up. It's kind of necessary for the completion of the game. But the thing about traveling is that you may notice enemies spawn on the edge of the screen, and if we are moving away from them, then when they spawn, they will just instantly get moved off the edge of the screen where they will then spawn. So it makes it extremely difficult to effectively gain EXP while traveling. So basically we want to make sure we're timing our travel during waves when sort of EXP efficiency when acted. Yeah, I bought 2 greed power-ups for the run, but strictly speaking, we don't really need to do it. It doesn't act that much, but or just for sake, the early few runs, stages of this run are by far the most liable to just like getting ruined by RNG. So if we can get a little bit of an advantage, then that's what. Anyway, so we're about to hit 6 minutes on the timer here, and that will start the wave that we start moving on. See, all of a sudden there are far less enemies spawning, and like these guys that do spawn are kind of tanky, and they don't really drop experience worth talking about. How long have I been running this? Just in general, I picked this up for really, really long-a-thon last year, so I would have started probably around October-ish last year, so just over a year. But actually, it wasn't last year. I don't even remember anymore. But I don't run this like very often. Kind of I just enjoy playing this game. And like the run is kind of just like an excuse to play the game more in a slightly different way. Yeah, I don't like sit down and do runs very often. If I am going to do it, I'll sort of practice it in segments. I didn't mention it, but one of the passive items that I picked up way earlier at the start of this stage was the duplicator. That's this sort of over here in the corner. That gives us an increased amount stat, and amount is basically just number of projectiles, number of attacks. But it is pretty much one of the most broken stats in the game. Like, it is the only passive weapon that does not evolve up to 5 times. It only evolves twice, and that gives you +2 amount, and even that is just like obscenely. Especially because the whip normally maxes out at 2 projectiles. So with you can see when the whip goes off, fires off 4 attacks. That's because of Potato, which is very good. Exploding Ghost that exploded the bean, but yeah, if you're not having a good time on this stage, these things, it's like completely real. But we're actually doing extremely well, which is good because my very last practice run, I just got completely annihilated by RNG here, and then it's like, alright, we'll just hope it goes better in the run. We're still not done traveling because I'm gonna keep going to the left a bit more. This is one of the final few mechanics to think about in this run, which is stage items. So this is a slightly random spawn, I believe. There will be a pickup on the stage that will give a passive weapon, but typically we can only have 6 passive weapons at a time. You can see there's 6 slots up here in the corner, but if we have 6 and then we pick up a new one, then we will be able to have 7. So I mean, I call this overflowing. There's probably like an actual term for it, but it is extremely handy. It's something we're going to be abusing of in this run, just to make sure, because the passive weapons are essentially free stats, and we like having stats. So we will try our best, but that does mean that we need to actually get 6 passive weapons before up the one, and we don't want to just take any passive weapon. We actually want to take passive weapons that and that is it's just pure RNG. But this is the other one more thing, is weapon evolution. So because I have the whip at level 8 and I have the Blackheart, get Blackheart in my inventory, the whip has now evolved into this red whip, which is basically makes this run completely free. So the red whip, what it does is when it damages an enemy, it will heal you 8 HP, and when we have literally 0 other sources of healing besides chickens, which are pure RNG, this just means we can now play insanely recklessly, which is very cool. So as long as we're not like face tanking bosses and pretty much just whatever at this point. Is it black heart or an empty heart container? I don't know. I just always called it black heart. I don't really know. So this is the tome item that we're going to pick up, but we only have 5 passives of them. So I would like to try and pick up one. With the weapons that we have now and the unlocks, we can unlock, we can evolve 5 weapons, which is pretty good. So that's cool. And now that we've picked that up, we need to run all the way back in the other direction. Called a hollow heart, so it's probably a heart container. That is probably true. But yeah, we need to basically move all the way in the other direction to get something that is in the... I should probably pick up. Get a pickup that is, or to get an unlock that is basically the same distance in the other direction from where we started. So we gotta get moving. Just then, up a chest, and that evolved one for us, which is very nice because very handy. Yes, we'll have enough. Yeah, you can't skip chest animations at the start. Basically, you can only skip normal chest animations after you've picked up the first 5 chests, and then it still won't let you skip 5-item chests for a while for some reason. It is a bit annoying, but it's kind of just something you have to suffer through. But yeah, so we have the tome, and the tome gives us cooldown. Cooldown is a very interesting stat because it is the only stat that gets strictly better the more of it you have, up to a point. Because essentially, having X cooldown reduces the cooldown of all your weapons by X%. So if you have, if you have 0 cooldown and you gain 10% more cooldown, then weapons are by 10%. But if you have 80% cooldown and then pick up another 10% cooldown, then the cooldown of your weapons has effectively just been halved. So cooldown is just the best stat. Oh, it's not the best stat, but it is an extremely helpful stat. Overflow XP gems, yes, that is another mechanic that I was going to talk about. We actually saw one earlier when before I picked it up, but essentially the game, yeah, we'll talk about it here because do it a second here, but the game only keeps track of a certain number of XP gems on the entire map at one time, and so you can see all of the enemies that are dying now are not actually spawning new gems. So what is happening is when the map is full of gems, then gems will essentially replace older gems off screen. And then once the screen is full of gems, then all of those gems will just disappear. The thing is, they don't actually disappear. What happens is they kind of just get like concentrated into this one super gem that exists just barely off the edge of the screen. So once we've killed a few just sat here for a bit, we'll be able to go and pick up a red gem, and we should get like 4 or 5 levels out of it, which is always a fun experience. It makes picking up gems a lot easier, especially when we don't have any magnet at the moment. So see these red gems here, we'll pick these up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 levels from that. Yeah, so now that that's over with, we're gonna keep moving. There is one more stage pickup that we need to pick up. Well, we would like to pick because it's handy. But other than that, I hope everyone just sits back and enjoys the music. Binding of Isaac. Probably, yeah. It's we'll be seeing a lot more broken stuff towards the end of this run, especially once we start unlocking Dark Arnas. Anyway, that was the pickup we wanted. That was the Stone Mask. It gives us extra stat, increases the order that we pick up. If you want to pick up gold, it's powerful as well. This is the coffin. This game is called Vampire Survivors after all. Where do you find vampires? You find them in coffins. Fortunately, not this one. Vampire is in another coffin. So this is how you unlock characters, or one of the methods of unlocking characters, by finding coffins. Stage. That character that we just unlocked is Anagrana. It's the cat lady. This is the worst weapon in the game. Scammed. Probably. But yeah, so at this point, the only thing we really have to do left in this run is we want to get to 25 minutes and kill the boss that spawns there. So we have no reason to spot unless an enemy starts approaching us. We're actually doing insanely well. It's really rare. Like I haven't had the last run was really well, and then it's like super watch. I'm a little confused by, but I will take it. All right, one thing that I did not mention earlier, but I should have. This is not the current patch of Vampire Survivors. Current patch is 1.14. This is 1.13. The reason for that is that when I tested, I submitted this before 1.1 came out, and when I tested it, there was some, we'll call them undocumented changes that broke a few of the strats that I use in the run. So rather than trying to reroute it, I just down patch. That said, there was literally a patch this morning that fixed at least one of the issues that I had. I didn't get to test all of the issues, but if I have a bunch of time left over at the end of the run, which I probably will because I factored in a patch coming out, estimate, I'll probably upgrade and then let's do the new content near the end. Uh, 15 gem coils. Yeah, sounds about right. Most of them you'll just see from certain items that create gems. So it's Moon, which is the evolution of the pen. And then I feel like anything past red is basically just like not. They don't really matter. Okay, let's see how many. 5, 10, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, that's alright, I guess. My mic is cutting. Right. Not even been able to keep up with the new content. Yeah, I mean they do release a lot of new stuff. Yeah, I don't know, I talk pretty quietly so it might just be me not talking very loudly. But yeah, I think I've explained most of the mechanics that we're gonna do. Or at least most of the ones that are relevant now. There's not really a whole lot else going on. Project my pipes. That effort. Yeah, how is everyone enjoying the marathon? I know we're basically a third of the way through, just under. It's always a good time. Hope everyone's having a good time. Great to have in the background while cleaning. Yeah, but really longathon is peak second monitor content. Garlic, one Bible. Yeah, I mean, that's alright. I think if you're gonna go, one of my favorite builds is to just go the Circle of Death build. So you go the Garlic, and then you go the Bible, and then you go the upgraded Holy Water. So you just have like this zone of death around you. Ah yes, the Holy Water. The Garlic is... It's very strong in the early game. It falls off typically later on in the run. But specifically for the speedrun, we really want to avoid. And the reason for that is the Garlic applies a debuff to enemies that makes them take more knockback, which is fine, but what that can do is you'll be trying to kill an enemy and it'll keep getting knocked back, and you like not be able to do as much damage to it as you want. And that causes issues because we are trying to go very fast. I have had moments where we essentially can't kill the boss, like the 25-minute boss before it spawns, because it kept knocking it away. So I do not like picking up the Garlic, especially in these early runs, for that reason. But there are definitely stages where we will and like we need to use it at some point anyway. I don't really need to be moving around here, but not really a lot going on, so I might as well. We had one run with a garlic boss kill. Yeah, it is. The garlic just makes killing bosses really annoying. Heroed garlic is really hard to die with. Yes. Honestly, there's a lot of weapons that it's really hard to die with. Heroed garlic is definitely one. Especially if you're running the like Evoed garlic from the content updates they made to the Castlevania DLC. But right, yeah. So we're at max level and we've maxed out everything in our inventory. So now when we get level up options, we get a choice between gold and health. We're full health, so obviously we keep picking gold. Hit rate death? Okay, hang on. Let's I'll turn off damage numbers, bashing VFX. That should help things a tiny bit. But yeah, the bit rate in this game is still not going to be great. There's not really a lot I can do about that. Alright. This is the ag, I can't remember exactly what it's called. 25-minute boss. So we killed him and grab a chest inside his stomach. We will peace out. Alright, so run number 3. And as much as we can on power up. I like to get. This should be alright. We got a decent amount of gold. Dairy plant. So this is probably the run that historically I've had the most trouble with. Again, we're just going to reset until we get a whip. She'll level up. Go. We managed to get the amount +1 power up there, which is very nice. When most of our weapons fire off one projectile, amount +1 is literally a 100% increase in DPS. But specifically on this map, we really would like to... get the whip to level 2 minutes, which not always possible, but the reason for that is that the enemies that spawn at 2 minutes are slightly too tanky to die in one whip hit, so we want to level it up so we get extra damage, enough damage to kill them, but don't look like that's going to happen. Alright, I will. Second. Kind of getting busted by, but right. These are the green guys that like to be attacking it. I think we're doing alright. Graceful Shutdown, thank you for the $30 donation. And nice run. Graceful Shutdown just ran Yu-Gi-Oh for us. Oh my god. Why are you forcing me to pick up new weapons? Yeah, I am really not getting great RNG here, but I have +1, so like still probably decent run, but I missed. Great, but have I skipped the armor like 5 times already? The rune trace revolves with the armor, and I always just forget to pick it up. Never take the armor. Julie, I feel like I've skipped over it 5 times already. Should have grabbed spinach. One weapon that drops a bunch of furniture from the top of the screen. Yeah, that one's pretty good as well. That one. Honestly, this run might. If I can get Trace to level 7, at least 5 minutes, I don't know. At least 5 minutes, then let's pick a character for the next run. Rune Tracer as a weapon, so it has this very annoying issue where it will just not aim where you go. Trace is one of the weapons of all time. Sure is. It's nice once you get it maxed out and if you have like a bunch of extra amount, like AoE something, but just like as a base weapon, it's like it just does not do what you want it to do. It's also sort of it's also one of the other things that Yep that is very good is it's very consistent. You know exactly where it's going to come out. You can aim it. It does what you want it to do. Whereas Rune Tracer and like the Fire one, a couple other weapons, it's like typically just like yeah. Alright. Alright. That level 6. Yeah, we might be on track to evolve it. Which would be very nice if we can. chest constants decide when they drop. Yeah, so so if you like don't have the requirements to evolve to evolve a, and then a chest drops, and then you can save that chest for when you do have the requirements. So it's not like set the moment it drops. That's what you're asking. But so actually be doing that probably. Have a second here. Yes. Alright, let's see if that helps at all. And I almost got just like annihilated by the Reaper while I wasn't looking, but we're alive. This is the Reaper, or one of the Reapers. We can't do anything to him at the moment, so we kind of just got to play keepaways for him. He'll disappear in a minute. Prior to having the gold collection a thing at all in the run. So we... especially in the early game, we try to max out greed at a very early stage because we would like to have power-ups for these early runs. But once we get past the first director fight, gold is really not an issue right up until the end of the game when we need to get some of the more expensive power-ups for some unlocks. But we will have a dedicated gold grinding session in this current route. Got the spinach there. But that won't be until like basically the end of the run. Shadow Pinion. Like it's understandable to not like the Shadow Pinion. It is just like a really annoying and awkward weapon to use, but I just can't hate it for some reason. Like I find it so difficult to hate on the Shadow Pinion. Okay, so we have like almost all the requirements that we need to evolve a weapon. We are one whip level off, or we can pick up the armor, and that will evolve. That'll let us evolve either the whip or the rune tracer. I would like to evolve the whip more than I would like to evolve the rune tracer, but why do you have so much knockback? Right, Shadow Pinion got buffed in recent version and now it's way better. Alright, yeah, I vaguely remember something about that. But I think the reason I like the Shadow Pinion is because I like its evolution. The Valkyrie, whatever it is. I just like making everything on the screen go rainbow. But yeah, no, it's pretty reasonable to hate on the Shadow Pinion, I think. Alright, so this is actually looking pretty good. We picked up the spinach, which is one of the things that I've typically... we've only got enough for 4 revolutions, which is not ideal. But I don't think it should prevent us from being able to clear the stage unless we get like no evolutions on the things that we want. But when I did this run last year, I ended up dying at like 20 minutes because I just didn't have enough damage. But having the spinach should fix that. Change one thing about any weapon in the game. That is a good question. I feel like I have answers to that, but I can't think of any of them at the moment. Birds not having a cooldown. That'd be nice. I think making just the birds easier to aim might be might be something. But armor. Okay, cool. I didn't forget to pick up the armor for like the 30th time. Let's make sure the armor didn't negate. Cats are better than birds. Maybe. The cats are probably my least favorite weapon just because, like, they annoy me. I would want a weapon to give me more than one thing to change. That is true. So I think what we're gonna do, we're not quite done traveling around the map to pick up stuff. There is a coffin on this stage that we're going to pick up in just a second, but I think for now we're just going to wander around here for a bit. Yeah, the cats are, they're really something. Alright, let's get a move on. So the two relics that we picked up on this stage are, the Ars Gouda, I believe, which is the bestiary, and then also the map, which lets us look at the map, which is cool. The relic we picked up on the last stage was the, it lets us see the, what weapons we can unlock, what weapons we can evolve. It's essentially just like a reference sheet. Oh, hang on, I've got 5. Hang on, do I actually? I've got 5 evolutions, yeah, okay. That's fine then. Yeah, the fact that the cats scale with the amount of chickens that they pick up is definitely not something you would ever know just casually. But I have no idea how anyone who writes the wiki knew that, but when I said the bestiary, it woke up Siri. Okay, that's funny. Alright, we're still not done yet, because there is a candelabra just over here, and that will let us evolve the axe, and then we are ready to just spend 10 minutes chilling. Bunch of data mining, yeah, that makes sense. One thing I will do is I'm going to move over here. This is just because enemies spawn on the edge of the screen, but they can't spawn where walls are. We kind of want to stand somewhere that is as open as possible to try and get as many enemies to spawn as possible. There you go, this is all one. How does it feel to be the resident vampire survivor's expert? Yeah, I am probably by far not an expert in this game. But I just play the game a lot and have read the wiki. The wiki for this game is actually pretty good. It used to be a fandom wiki, which any wiki enjoyers would know that fandom wikis are typically not amazing. But then they migrated it to like a new thing or something. I don't know exactly what happened there, but now there's like a proper wiki and it is very nice. Yeah, Wiki does a good job of teaching whatever you need, but I don't know, sometimes like there's just like, especially like for me specifically trying to run this, there's sometimes it's just like not information that I want. Like if you're looking for like how to when certain enemies spawn, a lot of the enemy specific pages are still lacking a lot of information. Like I was trying to figure out how to get the Simondo Belmont enemy from the Konami DLC, the Contra DLC to spawn, and there's just like no information on that. Simondo Belmont enemy, and it's just like, yeah. It's like I don't think anyone actually knows how to make that enemy spawn, as far as I can tell. But yeah, and then obviously like right when a version update drops is no, please subscribe with Prime. Thank you very much. Alright, so once again, we have accomplished all of our goals here, so we are just going to sit here. This run is going so much better than I would have ever expected it to. Basically, once we're past this stage and the next stage, we're out of the hardest part of the run, right up until we get to the end and we have to start doing adventures. But for now, we're sitting pretty, which is very rare. One thing about this game is because the sort of stages are very siloed, doing really well in one run does not necessarily mean you'll have a good time in the next run. It's just very much, you're very much at the whims of RNG, so it's pretty reasonable to expect to get like one bad run. Yeah, last year went pretty okay. I did have to reset this stage because I didn't have enough damage, but we are definitely not suffering from that problem today. I also just did a bunch of routing improvements between this run and the last run. But I think it should hopefully make some of the harder runs a bit easier. Yeah, I think so. I might have actually no, right at the end of the last run of last year's run. Hang on, I need to This boss in particular is one that has killed me many times before because I just like stop paying attention and it will kill you because it's really tanky, so I won't die to just normal stuff. I'll try and do a co-op run of this. That would be awesome. That sounds... The thing is, I don't actually think like doing co-op of this would help much because like you still got to do most of the unlocks, like all of the same unlocks, but it is still just, I think it'd make things more consistent at the least. Starter survival likes are the best part. That is actually true. Like the reason why I like doing this run is entirely because of the first few stages, the first few, like the early stages of the run. Oh, give me a banter partner. That is true. But yeah, last year I also died right at like the very last possible moment on the last adventure because I stopped paying attention and died to the boss, which was really embarrassing. But hopefully we do not do that. Actually, it's... but we do have one more adventure to do this year, which does not have the last stage of that will basically just be like an AFK fest, so that's where you get to see this game push to its absolute limits. But I am going to take a second to, I don't know, do something. Hopefully I don't die while I'm not looking at the screen. Alright. Almost just got annihilated by a boss there. I get down by looking away. That's never happened before. I don't know what you're talking about. It's not an experience that I've ever had in this game at any point whatsoever. How is Hundo defined? Hundo is, we need to unlock everything in the collection, everything in the bestiary, get all unlocks, get all the secrets, and also purchase every character. What it does not involve is getting all of those in all of the adventures, because that would be incredibly painful and annoying. But we do need to do the adventures because there are associated unlocks with them. This is also no DLC, so we will not be touching any of the DLC content. I'd straight up have it uninstalled, so we're just going to pretend DLC does not exist. DLC section was so good. That's true. I had a lot of fun doing that over Christmas. Right up until the restream PC just like died on us, but it was fun. Yeah, so anyone was watching the my DLC 100% last year was the entire all of the DLC at that point up to it was 14 hours, 8 of which was just Castlevania. We do have a couple of advantages this time around, which is to say we have the chicken with the clock in the middle, which should theoretically exactly halve the amount of time that it takes to complete any given DLC. But what do we want? We want to play you. Anyway, next stage. This is Gallo Tower. Just like the Inlaid Library had weapon that was very horizontal, this one is completely vertical. This is also the home of the most important relic in this run, probably, which we'll see very shortly. This first run, all we're going to do is just run straight on over to it. But it is quite a distance away. Song of Mana. Song of Mana is a very nice weapon, especially on this stage specifically. It is just... it works out so nicely. But unfortunately we will not be using it much or evolving it until way later, because we just do not unlock the thing that you need to evolve it until way later. But it is a very nice weapon. You kind of have to dodge these enemies as I'm walking around. If I was feeling particularly bold, I might just try face tank them, but we do want to not die before we reach the relic, because that would be incredibly embarrassing. What ground item is furthest from the spawn? I don't know, actually. I've never really thought about that. I don't think it's this one. Actually, maybe it is. This one is pretty far, but I mean, I wouldn't call this a ground item. This is a relic, which is slightly different. Yeah, I've never thought about that. I have no idea. It might actually be this one now that I think about it. Castlevania item. That might be true, actually. Anyway, that was the Sorcerer's Tears, which unlocks Hurry Mode. And Hurry Mode, actually, hang on, need to, one of these, knock out of this, get some of this. Alright, this should be fine. So what Hurry Mode does is it makes the clock go up twice as fast, which is very good for a speedrun, because we want to finish runs quicker. What it's not great about is, well, that means that we basically get half as much experience, because we have half as long to get experience. It does increase EXP gain by 25%, but basic math will tell you that that's not quite enough. So we now that we have Hurry Mode on, runs get like a whole lot harder. Thankfully, Gallo Tower is just generally a decently easy map. but we're still probably going to struggle. We're very much still at the mercy of RNG, but RNG is looking pretty good at the moment. We have the whip and the wand, which are like the two weapons that we want most. And we have the duplicator, and we've already picked up the hollow heart for the whip, which is very nice. Typically, the part that sucks about trying to evolve weapons is trying to get the right passive. So we've already picked up the hollow heart. That means that we're basically guaranteed to evolve this whip unless I get screwed over by RNG on weapon level ups, but I don't think that's going to be a problem. These red skeletons are skeletons, and they are arguably one of the most annoying enemies in the game, because they do not die when you kill them. They have like 3 lives, which means you can see they will disappear and then just reform again. Best part of the run is listen to the banger soundtrack. Yes. Gallow Tower in particular, I really love this song. It's just excellent track, but like almost every track in this game is just an absolute banger. Not sure if I want the fire wand. Getting a tracked orb. Yeah, I probably should have picked it up. I do actually want to evolve the Sanderwater in this run. It would be nice if I could anyway, but weapon level ups more important for now. Hyper versions of the songs, yes. Actually, one of the new updates since the last time I did this did introduce probably one of my favorite songs in the game now, but that's a whiles off. It's in like, I don't know, how far into the attract orb, yes, okay, perfect. That'll probably come up in like 2 or 3 hours. Alright, wand level 8, which is nice, but I don't have to tome. Ideally I could get a tome from a level up very soon, and then I can just evolve the wand immediately. But doesn't seem like that's going to happen, which is a tiny bit upsetting. Do I want the crown? Yeah, I do actually. We need to hit level 50 before the end of this run, and sometimes it can be extremely tight, so just having the extra experience definitely going to help. Not a fan of the lightning ring. I try not to pick up the lightning ring if I can help it. The lightning ring, it's a nice weapon, but it just as a level 1 weapon, it just does not do enough for us to warrant picking it up. Okay, so this chest that just dropped here can evolve a weapon, but I don't have any weapons that can evolve at the moment. So I'm going to hope that I either get a whip level up or a we'll pick up the tome. Actually, tome or the spellbinder. Whip level up. Okay, sick. Alright. What do I feel like is the best weapon? I really like the phaser. Basically all of the sort of base game plus weapons that are actually pretty good. So I'm talking about the phaser, the Santa spear, Santa javelin, the glass fandango, knife, I do want the knife. All of those are like pretty good, but I think the phaser is just extremely powerful, and also has the addition of like you don't need to aim it. I don't need the candelabra. I want either the tome or the spellbinder. Spellbinder so I can evolve the book, tome so I can evolve the wand. Spellbinder would probably be slightly more preferable because we haven't evolved the tome yet. Spellbinder, okay, cool. Thunderwall doesn't reach the full power in most. I mean, no, I think that the problem with the spell with the Sanderwater is it's just extremely weak early, but it is generally speaking a pretty good pickup. Or at least I think so. Okay, so we won't be getting the tome, which is maybe a little bit worrying, but I don't think that should prove to be a huge issue. Do need to decide what weapon I want to get for my last weapon slot though. Out of things I can evolve, it would either be the fire wand or the pentagram or the lightning ring. Out of those, I would probably prefer to go for the pentagram. I mean, not the pentagram, the fire wand. But if I am forced to, I don't mind. Picking up the pentagram is usually just a huge gamble. But I don't typically take it because it's just like it has a very high chance of just ruining your run. Like I don't think I've ever had a successful run in a speedrun of this with the where I took the pentagram, outside of like once we're past these first few stages. But I mean, it could happen one day. Yeah, I got to do it eventually, but we will not be taking it during these early stages. We're making pretty good time, I think. Pentagram is a miserable Gandalf. I mean, if you're already like close to max level and you just like might as well pick up a new weapon, or if you're already pretty strong, then you can go for it. But yeah, it is definitely not something I would advise you to go for most of the time, especially in this speedrun. Let's kill this guy. Okay, can I evolve anything at the moment? No, alright. Yeah, I think I might be missing a little bit of damage. You have to be at the point where Pentagram is more or less going to hit max instantly. Yeah, pretty much. That's the general best use case for it, is just not letting it activate enough to cause problems. But I mean, like, if you were just like so far ahead that like getting more EXP doesn't matter, then like do what you want, I guess. Do you get any item bans in the speedrun? We do right at the very end, because we actually need to for one of the unlocks, which I will talk about right at the end when we get there. But anyway, this relic here is probably the other most important relic in the game. This is the Randomatsu, which enables the unlocking and activation of Arcanas. So Arcanas are basically like, I don't know, perks. You pick a card and it gives you bonuses for the rest of the run. Most of them are very powerful. The one that we start with, the Saraband of Healing, is okay. Basically what it does is it doubles the amount of healing we receive, and then also when we heal, we'll deal damage equal to the amount that we healed in a radius around us, which is nice if we're going for a heal-based build. It's not particularly relevant for us right now, but it does... we do have some healing from the Red Whip, which means that it's not nothing. Mad Groove for the best card. Mad Groove is very strong contender for the best Arcana in the game. So there is one more thing we need to grab on this map, and it's a coffin. Thankfully it is very nearby, so we're just going to chill out here for another minute or two. Actually, I think probably, yeah, we can start moving for it now. So if we go up to this mirror, then it will transport us over here. Now we just got to kill these guys, grab the coffin. Gemini is best. Ooh, that's an interesting take. I do like Gemini. But I think my number one favorite is probably the Mad Groove, especially because what I was talking earlier about travel. Travel is generally just like an EXP loss. So if we eliminate the need for travel, we just get a whole lot better. Game Killer can be nutty. We will be abusing Game Killer several times in this run. But so we're a bit short on damage at the moment, but we do have enough levels. We can evolve the Sandalwater here. Gemini has so few good weapons that it works with. Yeah, I mean, if you take in the DLC, there's a decent chunk of them, especially with the like the Castlevania DLC, where all of the spellbooks have Gemini equipped counterparts. But like, even still, just in base game, if you pick up everything that is affected by Gemini, then like it is a pretty decently strong build. Yeah, so this is the 25-minute boss. We are still pretty short on damage. I would like to have gotten some knife level ups there, because I would have been able to evolve it, but this is the giant crab. Not really much to talk about it. When you hit it, its claws get bigger for some reason, and then they they blow up, and then they start growing again. I don't know why it's like that, but we just gotta kill this guy. There's also, this blue guy down at the bottom of the screen here, that's the Drowner. He's another one of the Reapers. He disappears when you kill the boss, but there you go. Knife level up, sure, why not? And we outie. That was surprisingly good of a game, of a run. Alright, power-ups. Alright, so we have defeated the level 25 boss on the first 4 stages, except for the very first stage because we quit out early on this one. So what we're going to do is now our aim is to hit level 20, reach 25 minutes on this stage, which is actually slightly trickier than you might expect, especially given that we have Hurry on. But we have enough power-ups that we're doing pretty well on that front. But yeah, so the Arcana, we unlocked an Arcana for reaching level 50 with a Melder in the last stage. So the Arcana that we unlocked is Waltz of Pearls. What it does is it makes the wand, the fire wand, and the cross, which is a weapon we haven't picked up yet, but it makes their projectiles bounce off enemies up to a total of 3 times, which is essentially just a 3 times DPS increase. So it's pretty busted if we can spec into those weapons. I don't think we would have unlocked the cross yet. Get the bird. We haven't unlocked the cross yet, so we can't evolve that, but we are otherwise just he really wants me to take the axe. Blood and Astronomia to be safe. Blood Astronomia is a fun, I think, yeah, we'll take the wings. Blood Astronomia is a fun Arcana. Especially if you just if you go a Blood Astronomia build, it's just, you just cover the screen in red shit, which is funny. But the wings that I picked up, they increase movement speed. Like I said, travel is probably one of the biggest issues that we run into, so if we can shorten travel, we can make runs a lot more consistent. Movement speed is also just in general a really good stat. Actually, my hot take is that movement speed is the best stat in every video game. Make it out what you will, but for this, it is just handy to have. Head off to bed. Alright, good night. Sleep well. Wicked Season if you're confident. That is an interesting one. Wicked Season is... so... if you're going for a full-on gold harvesting build, then Wicked Season is a must-have, but I would not pick it for literally any other reason. I don't actually need to be destroying torches here, but... I'm not sure how I feel about how this is going so far. We're feeling extremely weak. I took the bird because we need to get it to at least level 7 at some point. But I don't really have levels on the other stuff. Enough levels on any of the other stuff, so I'm kind of not feeling super great about this. But if we can get more wand level ups and also pick up the fire wand, we should be in okay shape. And we also like to get the tome. Alright, we've got a fire thingy there. So we'll save that for the 10-minute boss, and then we'll make a run for our first pickup. Tome, awesome. These giant red bats are extremely tanky. They're probably one of the more annoying enemies to deal with in the game, just because they tend to appear very early. These Bloodborne characters have a starter weapon, a bit underperforming. Yeah, Blood Astronomia, so we're going to be spending a lot of time on that country specifically for various reasons. And Blood Astronomia is arguably the best starting arcana for that, just because like it will basically one-shot. One-shot every enemy on that map, but yeah, Blood Astronomia is fun. But yeah, it does. I think it's very much, unless you're going fully spec'ing into it, it is very much just like early game. Much like the garlic, actually. It will fall off unless you sort of trying to spec into it. We don't want the hollow heart because we can pick that up off the ground. Fire wand, awesome. What do we want here? Sand water. These purple chests give us arcanas, by the way. We will be typically will spawn drop in the 11-minute wave and the 21-minute wave of any given map. That varies depending on the specific map, but it's generally a third and 2/3 of the way through the run. So we start with an arcana, we get one a third of the way through, and then we get the third one 2/3 of the way through the map, and then usually you're pretty limited to 3 arcanas. That's a very flimsy limit a lot of the time, I would say. But you're supposed to only be able to get 3 arcanas at a time. I'm gonna chill here for a bit, let some gems stack up. But we do really need to keep moving. I think one of the bigger issues with this stage that makes trying to do this particular achieving our objectives difficult is there's not really a lot of good moments to make a break for it. We need to travel quite some distance, and there's only like a few waves that just don't have a lot of enemies in them. So like this is almost one of them. I think I'm just gonna go for it. We've evolved the magic wand, which is very good if we can get over to this hollow heart on the floor here. And then we can evolve the whip too, which will be very helpful. And then we can probably just chill around for a second while we Actually, we're very close to evolving the spell, the tome as well, which is very nice. Yeah, we're gonna keep moving actually. Keep moving for now. We gotta kill this guy. Disco of Gold plus Saraband of Healing. Disco of Gold is a really funny arcana. Again, it's one of the things that's like you only really get if your purpose is to just collect a whole bunch of gold. But it is very good at that. This wave here is the last wave where we really have a lot of space to make a break for a given for an objective, but I think we're doing alright on damage. The main issue is I'm not 100% sure that I'm going to be able to hit level 50 in time for the boss, so we might have to stay a little bit past the boss spawn so that we can hit level 50. Every character has all of the like standard characters in the game have an unlock that they have an arcana that unlocks when you reach level 50 with them. And of course we are going for all unlocks, so we need to get all of the arcanas. Those are also collection items, so even if there weren't unlocks associated with them, we would still need to do it. Alright. Wait, okay, I'm going to leave that chest there and try and get tome level up. I skipped over the tome. Tome. But alright, cool. I no longer care about what I get from level up, so I can just spam spacebar. Now all I gotta do is make it over to the coffin. It's not optimal, but it's safe and it's funny. That is my favorite types of build, where they're not good, but they're very funny. Well, yeah, they're not necessarily good, but they're very funny. It doesn't matter, we're fine, we don't need to evolve any of these weapons anyway. We do get 500 gold from an unlock every time we evolve a weapon for the first time, but we don't have any weapons that we can evolve at the moment that we haven't evolved before, so we don't care about, I don't particularly care about trying to evolve things. The boss on this stage is not particularly threatening. This is Pugnala Pravola, the Bayonetta ripoff. Recommend that to people struggling with the Bone Zone. Yeah. We actually do the Bone Zone with Queen Sigma, so we're at like literally 0 risk there. But yeah, Bone Zone is a bit of a tricky map otherwise. Of course, the other option is to just spam Darkanas. Bayonetta, yep. Lignala, Pravola, very, very clearly inspired by Bayonetta, I would say. Moonlight Bolero, yes. Lignala's a fun weapon. The double pistols is decently strong weapons. I think they're a bit annoying to pick up normally because you don't you can't be sure that you'll get both of them. But I think they're pretty good. Okay, so that was Mad Forest. Now that we have unlocked hyper mode of the four base stages, we unlock Moonglow, which is an interesting stage. The laser can get pretty crazy, yeah. It also just turns the entire screen into a rave, which is also funny. I like the when you get it with the evolved holy water, and then you just have like this bright blue circle with like lines radiating out of it, and it's just like fuck yeah. But yeah, so Moonglow is a very interesting stage. It's you can see that there's just every single passive item just like sitting on the floor here for us to pick up. We're not going to pick up all of them. Well, we might pick up some of them later, but we don't really need to pick up all of them. The other thing is we kind of want to limit the amount of options that we have to in our level up pool, so that we can actually pick things that we want. So if we just pick up all of the items at once, then we're gonna often be forced into picking up items that we don't really want. Call that past the tiramisu. The tirajitsu, thank you very much. I think in previous versions it was actually spelt with a G, and then I think they changed it to a J because people were calling it tiragisu or something. But yeah, no, it is the tiramisu, but it doesn't matter, it's a cake. And it evolves your guns for some reason. I don't really understand why that happens, but that's not a super amazing pickup. I have not picked up a cross yet at all this entire game, which is very interesting because I kind of would really like to have done that by now. But I guess it doesn't actually matter. Picking up the cross evolves the picking up the rosary unlocks the cross as a weapon, but we do actually just get a free pickup of it in just a second. But yeah, this is a very interesting stage because a lot of the enemies like don't even like move towards you, and there's just not a huge number of them, so it can be kind of annoying to like level up properly here. But once we get past, I think 10 minutes, it starts clearing up. But we really want to make sure we're decently powerful for the end of this stage, because we need to kill the boss that spawns here, and we need to kill them decently quickly. So if we don't have enough damage, we can just die, which is a bit embarrassing. It has actually happened to me, but I think we look in okay shape. I can't remember if this chest can evolve. Not every chest can evolve a weapon for you. Generally speaking, the first chests from the first 10 minutes or so of the stage won't evolve, but it does vary depending on the stage. I can't remember if this chest can evolve a weapon for us. I don't think it can, so I don't really have a particular reason to be leaving it there, but I'm gonna leave it to be safe. There is a very small number of chests on this stage, so you kind of have to be a bit careful about which ones you pick up. Flying is occasionally considered suboptimal. This is true. I would not recommend it. Personally, I would avoid it. But I mean, you do you, I guess. Yeah, I only really have whip level ups at the moment, which is really not great. I would like to get the fire one or something that can take advantage of I need to grab the bracer as well. I forgot to grab that. Oh, I can take advantage of lots of pearls, but yeah, since this is the first time on this stage, the ending sequence of this stage is gonna get real weird. So just bear that in mind. Alright, let's see if this one can evolve weapons. Looks like it cannot. See if this one can evolve weapons. I don't think this one can either. Nope. This one definitely can. But yeah, I don't really think I have a wholly satisfying amount of damage at the moment, especially my wand is level 1, or level 2 now, but occasionally, yes. Alright, fire wand. That probably still not going to be super helpful for us at this point, but I might be able to get a knife evolution, and that should give us enough damage to should hopefully give us enough damage to clear out the boss. But I mean, I think we might be fine either way. Alright, the Arcana we just picked up, this is the one that we got from clearing the stage, reaching level 50 with this guy. What it does is it gives us +3 amount to our starting weapon, which is like, yeah, that's right, which is like kind of busted. Like 3 amount is a huge amount of amount. But what it also, yeah, we're in pretty good shape now, but what it also does, it also gives you +1 amount to like a bunch of other crappy weapons that no one cares about, but the important thing is it gives us +3 amount to our starting weapon, which doesn't always help. Not all starting weapons actually benefit from amount at all, but the ones that we do have, the one that we have at the moment, is doing pretty well. So you can see when our red whip fires, it fires off like 8 things at once now. And things are about to get weird. So there's going to be a boss that spawns at 14 minutes, and we need to kill it before we hit 15 minutes. Which, because the time is at double speed, means that we only have about 30 seconds to kill it. Which is usually not an issue, but sometimes if you're missing damage. But yeah, we killed it, so now things get interesting. So we find ourselves in this corridor here. We had all our stuff stolen, so now we're back at base form with just the level 1 whip. We're getting surrounded by bats. But now there's like some kind of angel attacking us. I don't know what's going on here, but if we just keep moving along, I'm sure things will resolve itself. Generally speaking, like, if you just keep moving here, you're not really at any risk of dying. Sometimes you can just get unlucky with like the way enemies spawn, but it's you can die here. It has happened to me, but like if you just keep moving, it's pretty avoidable. Once we get past this point, it's Then we pick up the rosary, and the truth is revealed. It was the Gold Reaper the whole time. We keep moving, and we pick up the yellow sign, which is not yellow. It's kind of just see-through. It's just a black square, really. But so that photosensitivity warning, by the way, anyone, just, and also maybe dyslexia warning, I don't know. But that unlocks for us a very special stage. Well, hang on. Anything else? Yep. That unlocks for us Capella Magna, which, if you looked at the unlock list, you'll see that to unlock Capella Magna, you would need to hit level 80 in Gallo Tower, which we did not do. This is actually one of the things that changed in version 1.14, which I don't know if it was intentional or not, but normally getting the yellow sign will unlock Capella Magna for you, but for some reason in current patch it does not, or maybe it does and they fixed it, but I couldn't test it. But in the version of the patch that I tested, it didn't unlock it, which is quite upsetting. But yeah, this is Capella Magna. It also has a very banger soundtrack, but we have a pretty solid strategy for just like everything moving through the stage. We do have to sort of deal with a bunch of enemies, strong enemies, but we have our methods. But we're just going to chill over here for the next couple of minutes. This is honestly kind of awful. Candelabra, I guess. We're not getting super amazing RNG here, but we're still not getting particularly. I mean, we're doing okay. We can salvage this as long as we get some decent level ups, but not the Clover. As long as we're prepared for the Drowner. Oh, we're actually prepared for all of them because we basically just chase them. But you will see very shortly. So the first enemy that poses a threat to us spawns at 5 minutes, and I believe it's the Drowner. I can't even remember anymore. But yes, that is the Rosaries on the stage. You do in fact one-shot the Reapers. That is the plan. So you'll see in just a second. What we want to do is we want to start up here-ish, because the Drowner spawns at the bottom of the screen, and we want to make sure that it's still on screen when we go and grab this. But grab the Rosary, Drowner dies, And then we move on. And then we just repeat that for the next two Reapers. I would like to have gotten a weapon level up from this, but... oh yeah, this character is Gennaro. His starting weapon is the dagger, but his gimmick, I guess, is that he just starts with +1 amount, which is, as we've established, amount is the best, is like a really strong stat. So we're just going to abuse that to hopefully well, you just get like any weapons with projectiles, and this should just clean house. But we do kind of really want to get some level ups on our Waltz of Pearls items, because at the moment we've only really got dagger levels. I mean, I still do want to be maxing out the dagger because we can evolve the dagger. I do not want to pick up the duplicator because there is one on the stage. I'm not really close to evolving anything. I think I'll just pick this up. Heart, sick. So now we just need to get the spinach and the fire wand, and we are, in terms of having items, we're doing alright. We'll have to see if, in terms of leveling up items, we're doing okay. I think we might actually be a little bit weaker than I would prefer. Great, okay, fine. We'll take the sand water. That's not ideal, but... we would have liked to get the fire one so we could get all of the Waltz of Pearls items, but... oh yeah, there's the creeper. Grab that, he instantly dies. Easy days. Now the question is, do I still want to get the spinach, or do I want to get the attractor orb to evolve the sand water? I think I will probably still get the spinach. The damage is much more important. Actually, I need to get 6 evolutions as well. Now we can do that later. But yeah, rinse and repeat. We're just going to chill out here until the last dude spawns, the Trickster. He's a purple dude. We haven't encountered him yet, but he will. He will appear, and then we will kill him. Also got the knife to level 8 there, which is very good, which means we should be able to evolve it. This guy, which should be very handy because this next wave's a big one. I'll just let the music and the stage speak for itself. Nice to meet you. Alright, so this is where the trickster spawns. We're gonna give him a second to just be on screen so he can pick up the rosary while he's on screen. Where'd he go? Oh, he's over there now, sure. It is very awkward if you pick up the rosary and then he's not on screen, because then you gotta kill him manually and it's the whole thing. But now that that's over with, we're gonna just start heading down. There is one stage pickup that we want to get here, but of course we want to overflow items, so we want to pick up either the spinach or the attractor orb. I'm not picky at this point. Attractor orb it is. Okay, I guess we're getting 6 unlocks. This 6 evolves. Unless I run out of chests, which I have done before, but I don't think that will be an issue. I am actually now a bit worried that I'm going to run out of chests. I really want to make sure that I'm using all these chests to evolve weapons. So I might hang around here until I can evolve something. I've got the whip decently close, but the way things are going, I might end up evolving the cross first, but as long as I can get something evolved. And now there's another one, great. Actually, I probably should have gotten the duplicator there. One of the things you can do to make things sort of more consistent is try and max out things, because that removes them out of the level up pool. So that should give us more options, or more likely to get an option that we actually want. So like if we're presented with 3 options that we don't particularly need, we can get whichever one's closest to maxing out. I don't think this is going to work. Maybe. Yeah, okay, I'm just gonna... 5 chest. This might get us something ready to evolve or close to evolving. And it did not, it just gave us a bunch of passives. Not ideal. We also still need to keep moving to get this coffin, but we're decently close to it. We have 3 things to evolve, which means we need 3 chests. Alright, cross, cool. I think there's at least 2 more chests. There's definitely at least 1 more. I'm not actually sure. That guy didn't drop a chest. That is so rude. Anything that looks like a boss around here? I don't even pay attention to what are in most of the later waves of most stages. Alright, looks like we're not going to get 6 Evos this stage, which is kind of upsetting, but it's also not a huge deal. Alright, so we're actually not quitting out after we beat the 25-minute boss in this particular run. We're going all the way through to minute 30, and see what happens then. But there aren't any more bosses that spawn on this stage, so... Also, these enemies that spawn here, these are stage killers. We need to kill just like a bunch of them for one particular unlock. So we will be doing another run of this stage later, which should hopefully... Oh, is this thing going to drop a chest? Oh, hell yes. Oh, I didn't think there were any more chests on this stage. Alright, 6 Evos, awesome. But yeah, we need to kill a bunch of those stage killers for an unlock. We will be doing another run of this stage later, and we will hopefully get all of the kills that we need there, but it is very easy to just not get enough kills, so if we can get as many as we can here, that would help. Where are my notes? That's not good. So once you're past like the 25-minute mark, enemies start dropping like red gems and becoming way harder to kill. Obviously them being hard to kill is not a particular issue for us, but the red gems are very nice because we get level ups out of them. And out of level ups we can get gold, and we can turn gold into, well, items, power-ups. And here is the boss. So this is the, I can't remember what it's called, the Ender or something. It's like a combination of all of the Reapers that we've seen so far. One thing to note about him is he's actually just like straight up invincible for the first 90 seconds, which does sort of include the hurry timer. So because he just spawned at 31 minutes, so he actually just straight up cannot die until the clock hits 34 minutes. What crew? That's the when you unlock endless, not endless. Freaking the one that lets you level up past your limits. I can't remember what it's called. Limit break. Yeah. So to be given the option to always pick coins, that's you need to have limit break unlocked but not selected. Because if you have it selected, then of course you don't get that option. But yeah, so we actually just can't. All of the damage that we're doing to this guy is going through, but he won't take any damage. Like it sort of gets applied to a shield that is on him, and then the shield breaks at 34 minutes. And then all of the damage dealt to the shield is applied to him instantly. So if we have enough damage, which I feel like we're probably fine on that front, he should just straight up die as soon as it hits 34 minutes. But, there you go. And then drops Great Gospel, permanently allows to level up weapons beyond the limits. So that is the limit break that I was just talking about. And then we quit out and okay, what have we got next? Right. Hang on. Right, yes, okay. Gonna get some more. Hang on, I didn't want that. I don't want curse, god damn it. This is going fine. I don't know what you're talking about. Alright, so next up we want to go to the Bone Zone. So from finishing that stage gets us this arcana called Game Killer. Game Killer is a very interesting arcana in that it kills the game. So what it does is it prevents you from gaining more experience, which doesn't sound like a great thing, but it also comes with a couple of benefits. The first one being that whenever you pick up a chest, it will always be at least a 3-item chest. And the other thing is that when you pick up an experience gem, it will fly at an enemy and explode, which is pretty good. On top of this, we are playing Clariki Suor, who starts with the Sanderwater, and the devs kind of realized that the Sanderwater kind of sucks as a starting weapon, so they buffed her by giving her plus 400% area, so you can see these circles are freaking massive. The downside being that area bonus drops off as she levels up, which conveniently is not a problem for us because we can't level up, so we just have permanently 400% area. This is not usually great either way because we still can't pick up new weapons or level up weapons, but what we can do is pick up chests, so that's what we're going to be doing. This guy here should drop a chest for us. And our aim for this run is we want to kill the Scatamari, which is this bone ball of skeletons here. This thing is, I don't know, it's pretty tanky, but the thing to watch out for is if it runs into an enemy, then it will like instantly destroy that enemy and gain HP and also grow in size. So if we just kind of leave it alone too much, or let too many enemies get close to it, then it will just like get absurdly huge and bad things happen. So we do want to try and make sure that we're clearing out enemies here, but we don't really have that much control over it because the targets for the gems are mostly random. But it should be... It's not something we typically have problems with, but it is... It's mostly moments like here where we want to go and pick up a chest, and then we have to run away from it, walk away from it. So because it's moving to the right, now it's moving... Well, because it's moving to the right, we kind of want to stay ahead of it. There we go, and it drops the Forbidden Scrolls of Morbane, which lets us access secrets. Which is all we needed to do here, and we're actually going to do our first secret here. I'm going to type x-x1viiq and press enter. This is, so we're not, the category rules don't allow us to use spells in this run, but there are 2 unlocks that like straight up, I didn't want Bone Zone, that straight up require us to put in a spell. So that was the first of it. That unlocks our buddy X- here, who we are never going to use. But I need to refund power-ups. Gonna pick up the Magic Banger here, which permanently allows changing music and stage selection. And then we are instantly going to quit out. Then we are going to go back to Moonglow, talk to this guy and buy the Glass Vizard. And now we can... yeah, that seems right? We can go to the Eudaimonia machine. And this is where we meet the director. He's going to ask us if the game's been too easy or so hard. This run's actually been pretty easy so far, so we're going to say that it's too easy. It doesn't actually matter. This unlocks inverse mode, so you can see we play inverse mode. This is too hard though, so we're just going to quit out. I'm going to go talk to the director again. And he's going to give us the other option, which is the mirror, which gives... not the mirror, it's the 7th trumpet, which unlocks endless mode. And endless mode is... well, it lets you basically just play forever if you wanted to. But that's really boring, so we're going to go back to the director and see what he has to say. But enough talk, how about you? This is the director fight. Like a lot of boss fights in this game, it's actually a heavily scripted fight. So the amount of damage that we do with the director most of the time, it just straight up does not matter. The fight progresses based almost entirely off of our level. So once we hit level 7, unless we hit level 7 like very quickly, there is a timer-based component to it, but once we hit level 7, the stage will change slightly, and then once we hit level 14, we'll advance into the second phase of the fight. So all we really care about is leveling up. So we can attack the director. If I had damage flashing on, you'd see is actually taking damage. The damage numbers is, but it means nothing. All we really want to do is just, so we hit level 7, stage opens up. It's actually one of the few places where it's the garlic is just like extremely good for the speedrun, because most of the enemies will just die to the garlic. But the other thing is we don't really need to care about evolving weapons because there aren't any chests on this map. But yeah, the first phase is not particularly difficult. We're just killing these groups of enemies as they spawn. Making sure we don't do what I just did and take a bunch of damage for no reason. Once we hit level 14, that's when damaging the director starts to matter, because we need to damage, hit all of his components at least once. Which is why the knife is also very good here, because it's just very good for aiming where you want it to go. Yeah, I would have liked to have gotten the garlic at some point, but yeah, that was level 14, so Director immediately becomes vulnerable. All we need to do is really hit each of these floating things around him once, which can be a bit tricky, but because we're blocked by level on the next stage anyway, it doesn't really matter too much. But now we just gotta hit the main body a couple of times, and that starts phase 2. Now phase 2 is the one that is the trickiest. Maybe I should have grabbed the wings there. But phase 2 is where he starts doing area attacks like these giant flames that are currently on the top and bottom of the screen. The enemies become a lot tankier, and there's also these burst bombardment attacks. And the hitboxes on these flames is just like slightly bigger than you would like it to be, so you can kind of be taking damage when you really don't feel like you should be. But yeah, now our aim is, I believe, to hit level 19. I'm gonna have to double check that, but again, all we're trying to do is just level up, so we're just trying to stay safe while hitting as many enemies as possible. Another thing to note that you may have noticed right at the start when we entered the stage, all of our relics just disappeared. That means we don't have any Arcana, we don't have Hurry, which wouldn't really do much anyway, but we can't... most relics don't usually help that much in combat, but the Arcana specifically hurt very much to lose. Yeah, level 19. Alright, so now we just gotta attack the boss a bit. Maybe we wanna level up some more. That might be it. Nope, there we go. Alright, cool. And now we get attacked by the White Hand and we died. Lol, JK. We actually cannot die at this point anymore. If we take enough damage to die at any point, that exact same thing will happen. And these enemies don't drop experience gems. Instead, we gain gold and experience by attacking the gems around the director. So all I'm going to do is just keep moving towards him. That's mainly to make sure these Reapers get out of the way so I can hit him with my projectiles. But once we hit level 22 and a bit, I believe, that is when we will start. That is when the fight essentially ends. So about to die, probably if we take much more damage, but it doesn't matter. Like, it's taking damage at this point. It's nothing. It might even be slightly optimal because now it is jackpot mode. This is correct. I actually didn't max out on greed, even though I probably should have when I did my power-ups, so I will not get as much gold as I probably would have liked to have gotten. But it's fine. Just got to do a bit more damage still. There we go. So this is essentially the end of what would be any percent of this game. I've never actually run any percent before, but it'd essentially just be everything we did up till now minus some coffins. And I mean, this is going pretty well as far as runs go. The next few stages of this run should be 2.5 hours. Well, that's not bad. But yes, so we've got quick credits, unlock, but the very first thing that we're going to do is we are actually, there's a fun thing. If you just keep pressing space on that scene, you can make the fireworks fanfare just like play over and over again. But we're going to go into the secrets. Actually, we're going to do one run with Clariki here, just to make sure this is our selected character. And then we're going to go into our secrets and we're going to type in Forbidden Box. And this unlocks this stage. This is room 1665. It is a brutally difficult stage. Where we are going to try and pull off by abusing Game Killer with Clariki. Problem being that we don't start with an Arcana. I'm going to reset. We don't start with an Arcana on this stage, and what we need to do is get to the chest in the next room, and the room doesn't open until we defeat 100 enemies. So we need to try and kill 100 enemies without leveling up too much. I think what we're going to try and do, whip will work. We want to try and get Palmondo with no weapons. Yeah, that's we want to get, typically we want to level up once and then get at least one item that helps us. The best possible pickup there is the attract orb, so we can evolve the Sandalwater, but it's fine. The whip is also, it will also work, especially because it benefits a lot from area. So every 100 enemies a new room opens. We don't actually need to move into the next room if we don't want to. We can just stay here, and the enemies also get stronger every time. But alright, these bosses that spawn every minute, they are basically the lifeblood of this run, because if we didn't have chests, we would have no way to get improve our weapons. And in the current patch of the game, well, almost in the current patch of the game, they don't spawn for some reason. And I say almost because there was an update literally this morning that fixed it. But we're still not running on current patch, but because I don't care. There's other things that I wasn't sure if they were still broken or not. But so all we want to do now is just try and survive as long as possible. These enemies get extremely tanky, so we really need to be trying very hard to evolve to pick up these gems so we can actually deal damage to them. But other than that, there's not a whole lot to talk about on this stage. So again, if anyone has any questions, comments, anything to talk about this run, go for it. I'm going to drink some water, because I have been talking a lot more than I usually do. Just 8.5 hours more hours to talk. There's actually a very decent chance I'll be pretty far underestimate. I based my estimate off like an extremely awful run that I had, and then I added 2 hours onto it to account for the fact that I knew a content patch was coming out. But then the content patch broke the strat, so now we just have like an extra 2 hours, and this run has gone just like absurdly well so far. So we'll probably very far underestimate. If we're like 2 or more hours underestimate, I'll probably just up patch and do the extra content from the new patch. And if we're still like an hour or so underestimate for that, after that I might do some of the DLC or something. You can see these enemies are just becoming way harder to kill. Like, they're just not dying like I would want them to. But we're at almost 1,000 enemies. We need to kill 1,665, hence room 1665. And we've also just maxed out both the whip and the sand water, which means we are kind of at the limits of our power at the moment. So we need to make do with what we have. How do I feel about other games of this type? I have actually not played any other games. Oh, I am extreme. Fuck. Did I shit. I didn't have. Fuck. Okay, hang on. What we're gonna do is we're going to grab this. Okay. Did I not level up? Oh my god, I didn't spend my power up gold. That would explain. Okay, well it's fine. We didn't lose too much time there. I actually just forgot to spend my power-up gold. But yeah, I have actually not played many other games of this sort of like genre. I don't really need it on any of those. So I don't really have much to compare this to. The cross might work, but I wouldn't risk it. Honestly, the only weapon that I would be like willing to say really works other than the attractor orb is probably the whip and maybe like the garlic or something, but I probably wouldn't trust the garlic. Something that benefits a lot from AoE. Whip, alright, cool. Just gonna... Yeah, so we did lose some time there, but oh my god, and I didn't get game killer, are you kidding me? Okay. Reset! Man, that's like a 20% chance to not get it. Still would have liked to get the attractor orb, but it's fine. Are you serious, man? Again? I do only have like 5, hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I just failed a 20% chance twice in a row. Well, maybe I can... I don't normally have to do it this many tries on this, but maybe I can get a tractor this time. I did not get any of them. Anyway, I want to... I'm doing this kind of like circular motion because I want to make sure that I don't level up too much. Bible? No, Bible's not going to work. I want to make sure I don't level up too much, so I want to try and make sure that I'm not staying in an area where enemies have died for too long. So I kind of make this big ass circle around the room trying to oh my god, that spinach might work actually. It's plus 50% damage. I'm willing to believe that'll work. What's the issue with leveling here? We want to maintain our area bonus because it also affects the projectiles from Game Killer. And so basically the best way to kill a bunch of these enemies at once is to just AoE them down with Game Killer projectiles, and if we level up too much then we lose the bonus that Clariki gets as a starting bonus. Because like there is probably like a way you can do this while like actually playing this game without cheesing it with Game Killer, but this is the most consistent strategy I found so far. It's usually consistent if you can you know, do the thing if you get the starting conditions right, but I died last time because I didn't spend my gold on power-ups, so I didn't have the revive that I would normally have. and I was also just taking more damage and dealing less damage. I'm not entirely sure if spinach is going to work for this, but I feel like it should. Plus 50% might is pretty strong. But yeah, this is going to be a bit trickier in the early game compared to the whip. Yeah, whatever, we'll pick this up. The vacuum that I just picked up there attracts all of the experience gems on the stage towards you, and with Game Killer that essentially just like wipes out most of the things on the screen. So we want to make sure that there's enough enemies on screen when we pick it up. Survive for like 3 or so minutes unable to kill anything until locked out and found a grenade in your first level. Yeah, that does not sound fun. We're at the point where the spinach is definitely starting to kick in. We probably could have done this with the tome as well. Cooldown pretty strong, but yeah, I think the only active weapon that I would really be willing to do this with is the whip. Yeah, this spinach is really coming in handy here. Well, we are at the limits of our strength until we pick up the Arcana in the next room, which I probably should have done already, but... And now there is no RNG on this because there's only 4 Arcana left for me to get. The only one of them that does anything with this build is Beginning. So, at this point, this is just an endurance competition. Hopefully, the spinach does enough for us here. I think we should be fine. But this is going to be probably going to be a bit sketchy towards the end. We do want to sort of stay roughly up because we need to move into the last room at the end anyway. So if we stay in one spot for too long, then we're kind of just like moving down a hallway at the end of the once we've killed enough enemies. But we also just like don't really need to, especially because, you know, when we kill an enemy, the XP gem is where it is. So we want to stay where the XP gems are so we can keep doing damage. Alright, we're officially doing better than we were in the previous run, but these guys are not taking a whole lot of damage. This is kind of the point where these enemies start getting a bit out of hand. I think I'm probably just gonna make my way downtown. let's get back to killing these things. I don't even know what these things are like supposed to be. They're just like giant heads. Yeah, we're definitely not really probably supposed to be doing this this stage this early on in the run, but like, we could theoretically have done this the moment we unlocked the secrets, but there wasn't really any advantage to us doing so, because right after we did that, we were facing the director, where we wouldn't have been able to use the Arcanas anyway. So we might as well go in here when we have enough. When we have power-ups. Just to make things consistent. But this is the last wave of enemies, but they are kinda messing me up here. This is pretty rough. We're done. Probably 11 more enemies, and we do still have a revive left, so there we go. Ha! Cool. That was a little sketchy, but we made it. Dark Arcer enables the unlocking and activation of Darkanas. Darkanas are essentially just like really broken Arcanas. So the first one, which is something we'll be using in just a second, once we unlock this guy and go Hyper, Hurry, Inverse, Endless, and we visit the Mad Forest. So this is Moonlight Bolero. It makes bosses spawn every minute that drop chests. Essentially, this just means you get twice as many chests as you would normally want, or as you would normally get. I'm gonna reset because this is the inverse. We're in inverse mode, which means enemies have like plus 200% health, which is already not something to do. We want to deal with. But I would like to get. I would like to get a wand level up so I can abuse. Cross will work. Abuse Waltz of Pearls. One perk that we can take advantage of in inverse mode is we can buy Arcanas off the merchant there. Time for Mad Groove? Yes, indeed. Sand or water, I guess. So with this run is like probably one of the it used to be one of the like last really hard runs in the entire run, but now that I've rerouted it to get Moonlight Bolero before, it becomes a lot easier. We're still not completely out of the woods. We very much can still just like get completely destroyed, but as long as we get decent luck, those green dudes like loot gobbers, yeah, those are the bosses that spawn from Moonlight Bolero. There's 3 types. There's the green dudes, the purple dudes, and the giant eyeballs. The green dudes will drop silver chests. Silver chests are chests that are capable of evolving weapons. The purple dudes will drop Arcana chests, which are just extremely broken because, you know, we like having Arcanas because Arcanas are strong. And then the eyeballs drop black chests, and the black chests, they're weird. They will kind of prioritize leveling up your passive equipment, and they also have a chance to just give you a new passive equipment that you don't have already. But the trade-off is they can't evolve weapons. So there will be situations where we'll just be like RNG getting eyeballs when we're trying to, when all we need is like one weapon chest. But so we've got now 3 Waltz of Thor's items here. Oh, hello. You. I want to kill you so I can get your loot. But yeah, inverse mode, enemies have 3 times as much health. So that's, we want beginning. And that should honestly just put us in an extremely good spot. Yes, Moonlight Bowler is like arguably the least game-breaking Darkana, which is really saying something. I mean, I think it might be the most generally good one. Like, there's basically no situation that is not improved by taking Moonlight Bowler, but yeah, all of the others have, well, almost all the others have the potential to break the game in their own way, especially one which we will be getting and sadly not abusing because, well, not abusing too much, one called Hidden Anathema, which we will be using. If you want to see this game push to its absolute limits, make sure you're here in probably like 5 or 6 hours. Hail from the Future and Crystal Cries, yes indeed. Hail from the Future especially is just one, well, Crystal Cries is the one that will typically make you like extremely difficult to kill, but Hail from the Future is the one that will just like make a lot of the game extremely trivial. So normally we wouldn't be able to evolve any weapons until 10 minutes because there aren't any silver chests that spawn before that point, but because of the Moonlight Bolero we were able to evolve the Fire Wand at 8 minutes, which is pretty good. I am going to start heading up in this direction because I would like to overflow for this Hollow Heart over here. The Darkana have been in the game since at least last year, middle of last year, because they were in my last run of this game at Really Long Fun last year, but I did essentially just leave it all to the very end of the game because I wasn't sure if I could consistently beat Room 1665. But yeah, there's 2 new Darkana in the current patch, and the patch that I'm playing on also has 1 new Darkana. But I believe that's it. There's like 7 or so at the moment. 7 or 8. There we go. Evolve the clover. Probably gonna go for the crown as my last passive because we do need to hit level 80 on this stage. So crown experience, good. Yeah, whatever. We'll get the lightning ring. So yeah, because of the Moonlight Bolero, like, we must have gotten, well, like, we've gotten 11 chests out of Moonlight Bolero, which is essentially 11 levels, more or less, in terms of just, like, amount of stuff that we've gotten. I'm gonna not pick up Game Killer, because that would ruin everything, but, so, like, because of that, we are just extremely powerful at the moment. Especially because of the early weapon evolutions. Alright, so there's the Hollow Heart. We're not going to pick it up because we want to overflow for that. So hopefully we get offered a chest. A crown, sorry. Of course, we have Moonlight Bolero, so we have these black chests that could spawn, and they could also just give us anything that we could want. So, like, I think if I pick this up, there's a decent chance it gives me a new passive. It did not. Crown, awesome. Alright, so if this was last year and I was running this without having done Room 1665 yet, I would just be like absolutely struggling here. Like, this is the first indoor stage is just rough without having the Dark Armor, but now with it, this is an extremely breezy game. We have 5 weapon evolutions at 15 minutes, which is insane. So, we are back to waiting. There's a lot of downtime in this run, which is very nice. I'm running Guild Wars 2 map completion later on in the marathon, and there is no downtime in that run, so this is a nice change of pace. Where are my super gems? What? I got 1 level up out of all of that? Are you kidding me? There's some new version of Guild Wars 1? Yes, there is Guild Wars Reforged, which came out on the same day as both Metroid Prime 4 and Octopath Traveler 0. which is how many gifts of exploration do I have? In my bank, actually, hang on, I can actually check. In my bank, I have like 30 something, but I have crafted like every legendary that I have, so I'm pretty sure total I would have had like 60 or so. Let's see, Guild Wars 2 efficiency. Metroid 4 wasn't good. I haven't finished Metroid Prime 4 yet, and I mean, I liked it. I do think there are some very legitimate criticisms of it, but I mean, taken at its face, I think it's a perfectly fine game. But yeah, it's still probably going to play Octopath Traveler 0 before Guild Wars Reforged. Let's see, Guild Wars 2 efficiency, please load. It's probably slow because I'm using all my bandwidth streaming. Either that or it's just account, bank. Only done it once, but you're missing it, so you're in no rush. Yeah, I mean that makes sense. We want to not grab Game Killer because that would ruin everything. There you go. Once my bank loads, I'll tell you how many gifts of exploration I have, but it's like around 30 or so. Is this shit dying? There we go. This is our first new passive from a black chest. So we've got the Spellbinder there, which doesn't really do much for us, but I mean, I guess it's nice. Okay, well, Guild Wars 2 efficiency isn't loading, but it's like around that many. So our two aims for this run is we want to hit level 80 and we also want to reach 31 minutes. And I need to make absolutely sure that we actually go through to 31 minutes rather than quitting out just before, because I did that in a practice run and then I didn't have Magru, which kind of ruined a lot of the other strategies I go for. I can pick this up, but I have to skip because Sand Water gets slightly better, yeah. I mean, spell duration is actually pretty good for Sand Water, especially when you've evolved it, because it grows larger the longer it stays out. "31 minutes lost," yeah, 31 did hurt. Losing that did hurt, but I was stuck trying to just like play catch up while also trying to do other unlocks, and then I was just like, alright, okay, I'm just gonna sit down and do this. Or I just reset. There's a very real chance I would have just reset. But yeah, once we get past this stage, we're basically past the point in this game where anything can really like do much to us. it's basically just legwork, working our way through through all of the unlocks and secrets. There's still, I think, like a few kind of rough maps, stages that we'll have to do later, but for the most part we're like home free. Until we get to the adventures at the end. That's gonna be interesting because I didn't practice those. What level are we? 71. Need to make sure I don't quit out the moment I hit level 80. That's really tanky. 76. Dark Roberts associated duck are said to be a bit annoying. The jet black, wandering the jet black. Yeah, it I think it's probably the weakest one. It is like it is situationally useful. But yeah, generally speaking, I don't think it's it's good if you're going for like a retaliation based build, but I don't like retaliation based builds that much. Alright, level 80, and we're not gonna quit out because we still have like 5 more seconds to go. Alright, quit out, reach 31 in Mad Grove, Mad Forest. Yeah, back on my girl Kariki, and we're going to do the boss rush. We're going to turn inverse and endless off. We're also going to turn hyper on. Yeah. And then we are going to take Game Killer again. Actually, wait. Hang on, we're not doing this. Never mind, we have one more thing that we need to do. We are going to take my girl Popea. Actually, well, we have 2 more things we need to do. We're going to go into Backcountry. And what we're going to do here is basically completely murder everything. What do I want? Doesn't really matter. We'll just go Water Pearls. So we're going to do Backcountry here, and we're going to stay... There's 2 relics that we can get on this stage. Both of which, well, one of which is extremely good, and I'm going to take the garlic as well because bats just die instantly to this shit. Take the box, but the main thing we want to do on this stage is we are aiming to collect a bunch of floor chickens. This is arguably the best stage to do it on. We need to collect 500 across like any number of runs. We've probably collected like maybe like 50 or so far this entire run. Missing the good music. We'll be back here, don't worry. Although most of the times we're on this stage, we will also be overriding the music, unfortunately. Actually, now that I think about it, I don't think we actually do create on this stage without overriding the music. Call the box the brick. Yeah, the gold brick. That's pretty fair. But yeah, the stage is just getting attacked by hordes and hordes of bats. Bats do not have a lot of HP, so we're not really going to be struggling to kill them. But the important thing on this stage for us is every few minutes an array of these cubes will appear, and we can break them open and they will drop items like as if from a light source, and there will be many, many, many of these later. So we are going to be very... a lot of our build is just going to be sort of trying to maximize how much of these boxes we can destroy at once, which is why we've got the garlic and the Song of Mana. But yeah, it's not a whole lot to talk about otherwise. We will probably be staying on this stage past the normal stage timer, just to make sure that we collect enough war chickens, or floor chickens. Candelabra would have been good there as well, actually. We also want to try and max out the box here, just because that's an unlock as well. Moonlight Borrow. Hell yeah. That's right, that's what I probably should have grabbed to start with. I just completely forgot it was an option. There'll be another assortment of boxes at 8 minutes, I believe. You can see these, this is what I mean by garlic is just really annoying, because you can see, this guy is just taking like huge amounts of knockback, and that's because the debuff that garlic applies, which increases the amount of knockback that enemies take. Which makes hitting them incredibly annoying, or trying to kill them incredibly annoying, because they keep moving out of your attacks. Look at the Bible. Actually did anything for me there, but you see there's a lot of these boxes here, and we're killing a decent number of them. I would actually like to be killing more of them and getting more chicken drops, but it is what it is. If I could get... Alright, this is our first relic spawn. So the relics on this stage, one spawns at 9 minutes and another one spawns at 18 minutes. We do need both of them obviously because this is 100%, but the first one that we pick up is way better than the second one. This is Apoplexy, which allows us to buy the Charm power up. And the Charm power-up is probably the most broken power-up in the game. It's the one that just makes the game like infinitely easier. Glad the Castlevania update added second evolution stored base weapons using Librarian store weapons. Yes, that is... I like that because it made the Librarian store weapons useful. I don't actually care that much about the base weapons, but I mean it is nice that we got updates to them. Some of them I think really could use the work, could use the help. I like the evolved spell of the evolved eyeball the Vespers, the one that evolves out of the ice weapon, because it's very good for Crystal Cries builds. So I'm not feeling super comfortable about the amount of chickens that I've picked up so far this run, so I'm probably gonna just go through to like 23 minutes probably, and get some more chicken. I wanted the candelabra there. Get some more floor chickens from the box spawns there, but because there's no way to check like how many chickens you've picked up so far in the middle of the run, which is mildly annoying. But I mean, it keeps it kind of interesting, because you gotta get good at estimating. The power of Lyra, yeah, I think that's the one. I haven't played too much with them, because basically I just got the update and then played to unlock everything, and then haven't touched it much since then. But I will say that a lot of the new stuff in the Castlevania update made extremely long and tedious to collect, and that thing gave me a frickin' item that I didn't want. Alright, I should probably explain the box that I've got, that I've been leveling up here, is Tarona's box. It gives you a small increase to your area, duration, projectile speed, and might. But once it reaches max level, it gives you 100 curse. And curse is a stat we haven't talked about, but what curse does is every percent of curse increases all the enemies' HP, movement speed, and spawn rate. I mean, the Castlevania DLC is a behemoth, but specifically the updates, like the stuff they added in the most recent update, just take way too long to complete. Like, even compared to, like, the existing stuff in the game. Like, I've run Ode to Castlevania Hundo, and that's like 4 hours. And then, like, even just, like, trying to do, like, the updates they added is, like, another 4 hours. Because they just added, like, so much of it is just like specific things that require you to do like huge tasks in specific maps that don't really allow you to do anything else. Like the secret that requires you to kill like 100,000 frogs, 100,000 enemies in Mad Forest with specifically the upgraded garlic or upgraded Soul Eater. Alright, so this is probably our best chance to collect a bunch of chickens. We're doing alright on chicken count, I think. These boxes, they make you take a bunch of damage if you step on, well, they do a bunch of damage to you if you step on them, but there's also a pretty decent chance that we get a chicken drop from them, so we kind of just like face tank it. Our number one priority at this point is just trying to destroy as many boxes as possible to get chicken drops. I think they still haven't fixed Trails Unlock. Yeah, that's the other thing. They might have fixed it in the patch literally this morning. So there's also a patch earlier on in the week, I think, last week maybe. That I don't know what they changed because they didn't do update notes for them, but alright, we got a decent amount of chickens there. I think I will. Do I want to trust that I've picked up enough chickens? I think I will. I'll clear out this, and then I'll just trust that I picked up enough. Alright, let's have a look. The coop! Alright, sick. We did pick up enough chickens. So we are not going to be taking... This is the coop. This is also my favorite track in the game. Once it speeds up a bit, but we will not be taking... what's it? What's the game killer in this run? Because if this goes ideally, we will try and hit level 50 in this run, or at least we'll see. If it doesn't matter too much, but I don't really want any of these. But yeah, this is the coop. Hitting that chicken in the middle basically triggered a Kaku rush on us. And now we're getting attacked by hordes of chickens. Thankfully, if we kill a chicken with a fire weapon, which includes the sand and water, they turn into roast chicken, which will heal us, which is very nice. But that's not really the main reason we're on this stage. The main reason we're on this stage is because there is a relic at the very far end of this long corridor here, which we unfortunately can't get to quite yet because it sort of gradually unlocks. But once we do get it, it will make everything in this game go by a lot faster. I love this track so much, it's so good. I noticed also that the timer is like going up faster and faster every time there's a thing happens. Like every time a new area opens up, that is... but yeah, this stage is actually very rough. It's extremely easy to just like die here. Hang on, I was supposed to pick up the frickin' thing. Forgot to do that. Orb, I guess. Hello, this is the Palm Aegis. What this does is it basically increases the amount of like hit stun, invincibility, or the amount of iframes you get. Let's call it that. Or like when you take damage, how long before you can take damage again. I don't know what I just leveled up there, but... we are going to have to rely pretty heavily on chickens to keep us alive, because like we just don't have enough damage to do it ourselves. And it would be very nice to get one of these things to actually die so we can get some chests off of them, but fine, whatever. Okay, cool. Thanks for the rosary. That was extremely helpful. Should evolve that. I think it's might probably be. we going real fast now? We are indeed. Sort of having a bit of a rough time, to be honest, but... did I turn endless on? I really hope I did. It'd be very awkward if I didn't. But, I mean, it might not matter, we might just die before we reach that point. Anyway, I think we can probably... I don't really want any of these. Fine, magic wand it is. I did turn Annis on? Okay, cool. Now 15 minutes, which means we should be able to grab the relic. Wow, we are really not... we were really not keeping up with the I don't want any of these. Fine, armor, I guess. Whatever. Alright, this is the roast chicken with the clock in the middle, which permanently allows us to speed up gameplay. So you can see in the corner here, next to the pause button, there is now a speed up button. If I click it or press tab, I can speed up gameplay. Obviously this is a speed run, so we're just going to keep it in double speed mode for like basically as much as possible. This does obviously make the game significantly harder, but so if we're in a tight spot we might turn it off, but generally we'll just be keeping it on all the time. And this is also the main reason why I submitted this game again after last year, because this basically halves the amount of time it takes to do everything else in the run past this point, which is an utterly insane time save. Yeah, we're gonna try and hit level 50 here. We're past the hard bit, so yeah, we're in good shape now. Now that we've reached past the point where the timer resets, once you go past the sort of natural endpoint on the stage, it will just the bit rate's going to run away. Yeah. Once you get past the natural endpoint on the stage, if you have endless mode on, then it essentially just resets. So like we're starting again at the wave that would have spawned in minute 1. You know, I think it might actually not be faster to have a bit of reroll. That is a lot of chickens, Jesus. I'm beginning to think it might have actually just been faster to level up Kariki to level 50 on like any other map, but you know, we're here with this. There's not a lot of experience we gained on this map apparently. Yeah. I think we're just gonna chill here for a bit. Nice thing about Mad Groove is we do not have to move to pick up items. So if we just sit here for long enough, we should eventually hit level 50. Unless we die because frickin' eyeballs are way too tanky. Yeah, when I was doing this in practice, I died here, so I was just like, yeah, I'll just assume that it's probably optimal, but like it doesn't matter that much. But honestly, this is taking a lot longer than I thought it would. But it'll be fine. Also, these frickin' eyeballs have way too much HP. And like, this track's a banger, so whatever, it's fine. I do not want Game Killer. The water pearls. I would like one of these to drop a crown for me. That would be awesome, but it does not appear to be happening. I will use this time to review my notes. We're doing that. Alright, yes. Oh, there's an eyeball attacking me. $46. $47. Oh, I will have to keep this in mind for future runs, I suppose. But I mean, at this point, we're at the point where it's definitely faster to go through to 50 rather than trying to start a new run. Oh, look, there's the crown. We went 2 levels away. Come on. Level 50. Alright. Peace out. Alright, yes. One more thing to do in the coop, and that is to go here and not kill anything. So we're just gonna avoid this chicken for a bit. We can speed up time, but if we avoid killing this chicken for a full minute, which is really not difficult, especially because we are playing Pro. Ooh. But in just a second, unless this chicken comes running at me again. And there we go. Alright, so back to Swore Clariki, and we are going to go into the boss rush. This is probably the best case for game killer abuse. But boss rush is a very interesting stage because it is basically, if you abuse Game Killer, it is essentially just like the best stage in the game for evolving weapons. Because you can, if all you want to do is evolve a weapon, then you can just take Game Killer, pick someone who maxes out with that who starts off with that weapon, and then pick up a bunch of chests, and then at 5 minutes pick up pick up, take Mad Groove, and then evolve it. But yeah, this is the boss rush. It's a boss rush, not really much to talk about. Basically, all the bosses from a given stage will spawn, like well, half of the bosses on a given stage will spawn every minute. One of the things that we can do is we can pick up 30 seconds into the minute. 2 buttons will spawn. There's hang on, did I move my mic? 30 seconds into it, 2 buttons will spawn. There's one here and one on the other side. The one on this side will skip ahead to the next minute mark. So you can see it just went from 9:30 to 10. And then the one on the other side will respawn all the bosses. We don't particularly care about that. But what do we want? I mean, I guess we'll take my borrow. But yeah, so this is still a pretty easy stage. Again, we have the Ender here, or whatever it's called. I still can't remember what his name is. It's actually... It has the same shield that the version from Capella Magna did, but it doesn't last as long. But yeah, our aims for this stage is we want to clear it using only one weapon, and we also just want to clear it to begin with, and then we also want to grab the relic that we grabbed earlier, which unlocks adventures, and adventures are a thing that we will not be touching until way later. Essentially, they're the very last thing we do in the run. There's not really any reason to do them earlier. But yeah, this is what a fully spec'd out level 1 Swarklariki can do. Hang on, that should have been it. Alright, cool. We got adventures, we don't care about that. What we do care about is we're going to take Mortaccio. We're going to go in... Ooh, actually, Whiteout. Okay, we're going to do Whiteout first. We're going to take... let's take Poe. Actually... No, let's take Damara. No, actually... Who do I want? We'll take Giovanna into Whiteout. This is probably not going to be super incredible. But this with so the biggest problem with Whiteout as a stage is there are just not enough chest spawns. Like there's like probably like single-digit chest spawns in the map, like over the entire 20 minutes, which is not ideal because you really want chest spawns to evolve weapons. And if you can't evolve weapons, then everything just goes to shit. So we're going to... But we do want to play this stage because playing this stage unlocks a character, and we can use that character to unlock an Arcana, and that Arcana is incredibly busted. And basically doing this stage with this character is incredibly difficult unless you're running Darkana. These snowmen function kind of similarly to the boxes from Bad Country, but I don't think they have as generous drop rates. Like they can drop items, but they usually don't. But like they have the same sort of mechanics where if you hit them, they'll change color and then I can do a slightly more damage state. I want Divine Bloodline. You know what? Sure. Divine Bloodline's an interesting arcana. It is actually like incredibly strong if used correctly. I didn't actually want to pick up the spinach there, but whatever, you guys. But essentially what it does is it's built for so-called retaliation build, so certain weapons will fire off once you take damage. That's just like what they do, but this makes it so that weapons that do that gain damage based off your armor, I believe, and then also if they kill an enemy, they will increase your max health. So if you have weapons that, if you basically only have weapons that do that, then you will just be like, you will just have like infinite max health, which is pretty handy. You can essentially just get like infinite scaling on your max HP. And like there are some weapons in some of the DLC that will also increase, that will also do more damage the more HP you have, or get other stats based off how much HP you have. So like you can get some kind of busted situations going. What do I want for my last items? Hollow Heart. Yeah. This is the Glass Fandango. It's honestly a pretty weak item by itself. It kind of fires off a few shots directly in front of you, or well, in the direction you're moving, and if you're standing still, then it's like around you, which is like, they're okay. It does an okay amount of damage, but the important thing is when you during an Orologian, the max screen, the screen freezing effect that we've seen a few times but I haven't mentioned, the AoE gets way bigger. So you might have seen it before, but the thing that makes it very powerful in certain situations is its evolution. Causes Orologians to not completely freeze enemies on the stage, but instead it will sort of slowly drag them towards you, which is very good for situations where you need that, which is if you're doing like a hardcore gold farming build and you're just picking up a bunch of Orologians because they drop from everywhere, then if you didn't have that, enemies would just freeze, and during the Orologian you couldn't be AFK, you'd have to be like actively moving. But now because of that, you can just like have enemies still moving towards you even though they're frozen. So it is incredibly powerful in specific situations. I really do want to try and evolve this right now, but I don't think I have to. I can't remember if the unlock is for beating the stage or not. I think I'm going to tell you what, I will look at the wiki. She-Moon Eater. Unlock. Upon surviving to 20-minute mark. Okay, cool. It doesn't matter then. Alright. So that unlocked this lady here, She-Moon Eater. And we're gonna take her back to the boss rush. Because our aim here is to evolve her weapon. And this is the fastest way to do it. But more specifically, our aim here is to evolve her weapon. Why are there so few enemies spawning? What the hell? This is weird. That was kind of funny. This is really not going amazingly. Where am I freaking... What? Where's the freaking Arcana chest? What the hell? You. Okay. We want you. We want... we don't particularly need you. Alright, so that's the weapon. We pick up that. We can see the screen goes all weird. That means we got the thing. And then that unlocks Crystal Cries, which is a very, very strong Arcana. Which we actually will probably will be using it. Maybe. Yeah, you know what? Give it a go. So what Crystal Cries does is it... when you defeat an enemy that is frozen, it will drop a an item. Hang on. I know what the issue is. I didn't buy this. Okay, that should make things way easier. Yeah, when you defeat an enemy that is frozen, it will drop an item that basically it gives you it'll recover a small amount of your HP, and then it will also increase your growth, max HP, and HP regen. But the important thing is that when you fall below 30% HP with Crystal Cries on, it will trigger an RRLAT9 effect, which is the screen-wide freezes all the enemies on the screen for a certain amount of time. So you can use that time to just instantly heal yourself back up to full HP, and getting back to full HP will re-enable the effect. So when you fall below 30% HP again, you can just freeze everything. And frozen enemies can't deal damage to you, by the way, so I'll take Clock Dancer just to show it off. But frozen enemies just cannot deal damage to you, so you can basically use as much time as you need to get to heal yourself back up before. So when played properly, the Crystal Cries essentially just makes it impossible for you to die. And then it also has a secondary effect because the items, you can hear me sort of picking them up, it's the sort of squeaky noise that they're making. They increase our growth stat. That also means that we will be getting very high levels very quickly, or a lot more quickly than we might otherwise get them. But yeah, our only aim for this run is to just hit level 80. The moment we do that, we can just peace out. You can see if I pause the game, you can see I have 70% growth at the moment, which is a lot more than we would normally have with the crown. Max level crown is 40%, so we had level 4 crown, so we had about 40% growth from the items that we picked up. Those giant wolf type enemies are actually part of a secret. I didn't mean to banish that, but it doesn't really matter what's going on with them. They just spawn and they die. Basically, the secret is you're meant to find this like hidden wheel of cheese somewhere on this map, but since we just used Mad Grove, we just brought it straight to us. I haven't evolved the garlic. Yeah, we're playing pro later, so it doesn't matter. But there we go, level 80. Alright. So what are we doing? Ziasunta Belpace. Capella Magna. Crystal Cry. This should hopefully make this way easier, because this run can be rough otherwise. What do I want? Spinach? Sure. I don't really want any of those. Cross, sure. Candelabra, yes. So if I can get full health again here, then okay, cool. I am getting kind of unlucky with these weapon pickups. Sure, although that does make it harder for me to reach max HP again, because okay, that's fine. I kind of would like to have gotten the regular whip at some point. So one of the things that one of the secrets on this map, theoretically, we require to have both of the bird weapons in our inventory, but we're actually, this is actually not good. I'm gonna slow down a second. But we actually, one of the probably unintended benefits of the roast chicken with the clock in the middle is we can kind of break the game, which I can't believe I haven't even seen a whip yet. What the hell, man? Which you might... Yeah, this is a little ridiculous. What is this? How have I gotten to freaking level 28 and haven't been offered the whip once? This might be a reset just because I don't want to freaking deal with this. But you'll see in a second that I don't actually need to have both of the birds to get the secret on this map. Theoretically. What I do need is to be friggin' have a way to stay alive because fucking the game won't give me a friggin' whip. This is so dumb. Okay, cool. Game just like completely screwed me over there. Let's try this. There we go, whip, okay, cool. Fine. I didn't need to take the crown there, and I probably shouldn't have taken the crown there, but we took it. Yeah, this will probably be fine. So now I got both whips and the game won't give me a freaking black art. Man, I sure do love getting destroyed by RNG in this game. Oh, hello. You there. Drop a thing for me. Alright, I don't want that. I want this. Okay, cool. That should hopefully help me out a lot. No, I still haven't hit that. There we go. Of course, it's freaking these bats. Hollow heart, sick. Okay, cool. That helps us a lot. And of course, we don't have the weapon level 8 yet. Oh my god, why is this game doing this to me? Whip. Okay, cool, sick. I just need... yeah, we'll take the credible. Alrighty. So, now that we've gotten past the part of this run that sucks, let me explain to you all why we do not need to get both the birds to get the secret. That is because with enough movement speed, you can just straight up walk through walls in this game. So having the chicken in the cross in the middle, which just straight up speeds up the game by 2 times, it basically means that you can walk through walls a lot more easily. I feel like this is almost just like an intended exploit at this point. Like, I feel like the devs have just done like absolutely nothing to to even like slightly mitigate this issue. Yeah, I guess. Actually, I wanted Matt Grove there. What are we doing? But yeah, so we do still want to hang around on this stage, because we want to kill the stage killers that spawn, so that we can kill 6,000 of them for an unlock. Problem is, they only spawn at minutes 21 and 26, and there's a very good chance that there's straight up not enough of them. We just can't kill enough of them. So we really need to like try and get as powerful as possible before those spawn, but we also need to make sure we try and get as much curse as possible before they spawn, because curse increases the amount of enemies that spawn. We want to kill enemies that spawn, so we need as many enemies spawn as possible so that we can kill them. I was kind of supposed to get Mad Groove. Bottle Bob Classics. I don't know about that, but I mean, if that's how you want to think of this run, then so be it. So I'm going to go semi-AFK for a bit while I have something to eat. So I'll let you all enjoy the music. We haven't talked about this much yet, or at all yet, but these rings and the arrows that I just picked up, these are the hidden stage items. They sort of show up on every stage after you get the yellow sign, which we got way back from the weird, crazy angel place. But they're used for certain things, but the important thing for us is that the gold ring and the right arrow will give you curse. And we want to try and get like a bunch of curse so that we can get a bunch of enemies to spawn. The silver ring and the left arrow will give you offensive and defensive stats respectively. But I think we're actually doing pretty well from stage killer kills. Maybe? There is the slight risk that we run that we make the stage killers too tanky because curse does increase their HP as well. But so that's the last wave, so we're just gonna hope that we killed enough of them, and we didn't. If we did get enough of them, it would have shown up on the thing as the first one. So how many do we need to kill? We do have one more chance to get enough kills. 600, that's a bit annoying. So we're gonna do that now, but this is actually RNG. So if we go to Green Acres, we're actually going to take Crystal Cries. Green Acres is an interesting map. Basically, it's a completely open map. Like there's no obstacles or anything, and the enemies that spawn in each wave are kind of taken from waves from other maps. So you can see we got the bats from Mad Forest, and now we've got these mud golem thingies. I can't remember what they're called. Out of Inlay Library. This is actually like a very tricky map to complete, but luckily we have Crystal Cries, and we got Class Fandango, which is a pretty lucky pickup there. If we need to survive until 30 minutes, and there's also a secret that we can pick up on this map, but if the 21-minute and the 26-minute waves happen to roll Capella Magna as the map they take the waves from, then we're in good shape. If not, then we kind of just have to YOLO it. I'll probably have to do a run of Capella Magna with one of the characters that I haven't done a run with yet. The Gaze of Gaia is the weapon that we picked up for killing nothing on the coop. It's kind of a weird weapon. Basically, when it hits an enemy, it has a chance to defang them, and defanged enemies just straight up can't deal damage to you. So I mean, it's nice as a defensive tool, but it also does pretty decent damage. And when it evolves, it affects the area entirely around you, so it's pretty good for just like zone area denial. Can you defang the Reapers as well? I don't believe so. It might be it's possible, but I'm pretty sure the Reapers are immune to most debuffs. Sure. Again, this is usually a pretty rough experience, but because we have Crystal Cries, this run is just completely free. We also got the early Clock Lancet, which is the weapon that's freezing everything around us, which has really great synergy with Crystal Cries. Also, that brings up another bug that I found, or that possibly exists in the current patch of the game. I'm not sure if it's like consistent or something, but I have noticed that trying to use the Clock Lancet in double speed mode will sometimes just make it not take effect. Like it just won't freeze anything. I have no idea if like other people have experienced this or not. That is something that I experienced, and it was a pain in the ass. Especially because the Clock Lancet is very powerful for a number of builds that we go for later on in this run. We want to make sure that we pick these up and max them out. One thing about taking Crystal Cries is that sometimes it can be difficult to actually fall into the HP range for it, because you know you're so tanky and you have so much damage that no enemies can get close to you. But these Atlanteans that spawn, these like guard the rings and the arrow pickups that we got. They are incredibly tanky and do a bunch of damage, which is convenient for us because that means that we can just get like as many Crystal Cries procs as we want off them. Until they eventually die. Or we get too tanky because we've picked up too many Crystal Cries procs. So we're about to unlock some of the most powerful weapons in the game. Once I get a chest, you'll see. Actually, I'm not sure if I'm gonna get a chest. Okay, we didn't get the Capella Magna on wave 21, so we might get one on wave 26, but. Where did I have bit rate warning, I guess? Yeah, we want this one, yes. Now, once we can evolve a weapon, we'll see. Okay, so this is the Infinite Corridor. This is the Evolved Clock Lancet. When it triggers, it instantly halves the remaining HP of every enemy on the screen. No matter how much that HP is, which makes it very busted for dealing with some incredibly tanky enemies, aka the Reapers. And then there will also be it pairs up with the evolution of the I already evolved it. It pairs up with the evolution of the Laurel, which is this red cloak here. This is the Crimson Shroud. The Crimson Shroud makes it impossible for you to take more than 10 damage at a time, and it also will like block a bunch of attacks for you. Which basically means that the Reapers, which deal like 2,000 damage or whatever, and we missed the stage killers on minute 26 as well, which is a bit upsetting. But yeah, the Reapers, which do like 2,000 damage, now do 10, which is a much more manageable amount of damage. So the basically the canon dev approved way of killing the Reapers is by using these two items in conjunction to just make it impossible for them to kill you while you slowly whittle down their health. I started moving a bit late here, but this is the secret on this map. If we move far enough in this direction, a bunch of these will spawn. Once we've killed 108 of them, we get the secret. And we reach level 30, so I think we are in good shape. The only thing that we're missing is level 30 in, not level 30, what's it? Is Stage Killer Kill, so we're going to do that now. Which is a bit unfortunate, and normally this just means we're gonna have to do a run with Poe later anyway, but we would prefer to do a run that doesn't take 20 minutes, or 20 minutes of game time. We would prefer something to take slightly less than that, but we will take what we can get. I haven't evolved this yet, have I? Okay, we don't really have anything else to do in the stage other than just wait for time to happen. So music has gotten real crunchy. Okay, that might be an issue on one end. Let me see if I can check if that's working. Which one am I on? Oh wow, yeah, no, that is awful. Okay, I think what I might do, if that's coming through on my end, then that's probably, let's see if this helps anything. Did that help anything at all, or is it still awful? Nope, didn't help. Okay. Right, I might have to reset my stream. It's coming through on my end. Tell you what, after this map, after this stage, I'll reset my stream, and it should hopefully be a bit better. Either that, or maybe I can do something in here. Settings, audio. Audio bitrate. Okay, how about that? Tell me if that fixes anything. Still nope? That's a bit annoying. Might be worse now, really? It's It's only the game and not the mic. Okay. Maybe if I just add this. Filters. Threshold. Advanced audio properties. Yeah, I don't know. I might. Okay. This might just be internet issues. Like if the bitrate's gone to shit as well, it might just be. Oh, maybe it. I don't know. Is it really bad, or is it sounds fine now? Okay. Might have just been internet issues on my end or something, or I don't know, maybe me clicking around in OBS fixed it somehow. Alright, so we need to kill 600 stage killers. Thereabouts. So this should be fine. That was like 40 levels at once, Jesus. Yeah, I think we're good. Kill a few more. We're at like 12,800 before the start of the wave. Okay, cool. Kill the 6,000 stage killers, which means we get to play my boy Ambrojo. And we're going to go to Gallery Tower. And then we are going to descend. What do I want? Probably this. Let's be real. Greenlight Borrow is just too good. Some mana, sure, why not? Fire Wand? I don't really want the Fire Wand, but it's probably the best thing on the list there. Candelabra, Trapdoor. Crown, why not? So we are actually going for a secret on this map. Favorite weapon, the La Roba, the Kinder Surprise. Which for some reason drops furniture on people. I don't really want to go Mad Groove quite yet. Maybe a Crystal Cries, why not? Yeah, Ventusacro. Why not? We're kind of at the point now where like our weapon choices just like don't matter. Could have gone the Clock Lancet there and it would have been pretty decent, but I still need to evolve the Gate of Gaia at some point. Spinach, sure. But yes, we need to head all the way down to like the very bottom of the tower. I mean, the map does scroll infinitely, so when I say the bottom, it's not really the bottom, but we need to go extremely far. Like, the distance we need to travel for this is probably the furthest distance you need to travel for anything in this game. So we're gonna be spending a pretty decent amount of time just holding straight down. Luckily, if you line up on sort of roughly this line here, you can just go through without running into anything. Which is nice. It means you don't have to put too much thought into how you're going to do this. Also, I have just like... my passives just don't do anything for me. I just realized this, like, I can evolve one weapon with what I have. I think I do want the Gate of Gaia. And then if I can get a Hollow Heart, I might be able to salvage this build. Gallery Tower track is probably one of my favorite tracks in the game. It's definitely my favorite track in like the core base game. It has been superseded by what is it? Martest Punkle, which is the track from the chicken stage, but it is still a very good track. Auto Heart, cool. So you may have noticed the screen's getting quite a bit darker. That is a sign that we are on the right track. We are getting to where we need to go. Where was these? Wow, I really should have stopped to pick up some of these chests. But whatever, it's fine. It doesn't really matter. You don't have any like particular aims in this run except to just get this one secret and hit level 80. And also to reach minute 31, which is the thing that I definitely need to remember to do. Alright, so the music has stopped, and that means that we are generally where we need to go. If you look off the side here, you see these runes say I am alive here, which is somewhat creepy, but we now our aim is to just explore a little bit. There is an enemy that is somewhere around here. I think he's a bit further down, but once we have murdered him, that will be the secret. Well, we're getting swamped here, Jesus. Luckily we have Crystal Christ, so it doesn't matter. Where are you? I feel like I should have seen you by now. That's mildly concerning. There you are. What do I want? Let's take the Bible. Why not? So, fortunately the 25-minute boss spawned at the same time as we found this guy, but it doesn't really matter. Once we kill him, there we go, screen lights up again. Now all we need to do is get past... Wow, we just got like 80 levels in once. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Anyway, wow, that's a lot of chests that we just... Now we just gotta get to 31 minutes. Might as well walk back up and grab some of these chests. We don't really need to, but... no reason not to either. Clover is like the one pickup that we just do not need. It's a bit hard to, oh, there we go. It's a bit hard to read the timer there because there's a bunch of arrows pointing to the chest in the way, but alright, cool. And then we are out of here. Alright, I've kind of been all over it with my notes here, but looks like the next thing that we're doing is taking my boy Croce over into the inverse inlay library. Not sure what's going on the screen. Yeah. Oop, that is... I did not want to take that. I think we're probably going to take EU here. Croce starts with the cross, which means we have a good start with the to go for Walls of Pearls here. That's okay to know. Yeah, it's not knowing what's going on in the screen is basically the Vampire Survivor's experience in a nutshell. Whip, yeah, sure. So we're going to do basically follow the same path that we did when we did Innate Library way back at the start of the run. We're going to head over to the left, grab the tome for overflow purposes, and then head all the way back to the right. But we're going to head a bit further to the right this time. We actually need to travel about 2 or 3 tile sets past where the map previously, where we find the coffin, which is where we stopped last time. Alright, I never explained what the charm power-up did. So this is the power-up that we got in Bat Country. And what it does is it increases the amount of enemies that spawn by just like a flat 100 per wave, which is actually insane because most maps spawn like maybe 1/10 of that per wave. So we get just utterly insane amounts of enemy spawning, which is really great because it means we can kill them and get experience out of it. It makes the early game of most runs a lot more consistent because we can just get a ton of experience really early. provided we have enough AoE to kill them. If you have like a single target weapon and no way of taking any more, no way of doing it, no way of taking anything else, that it's not super helpful, but that is cool. What? I don't have a back art. That would explain why I couldn't level up the whip, evolve the whip. So this is the tome. Unfortunately, we are not going to pick it up quite yet. I want to overflow it for the... what do we want here? I think we probably... Do we want Crystal Prize? Yeah, why not? We're going to try and overflow for this tome. Also just there we go. Alright, cool. That, that. Alright, now we just need to head all the way back over to the right. Chest spawn. There we go. That's still over there. We need to get a move on. Pentagram! We already grabbed this coffin, but we can grab it again. That actually gets us a secret. It's not specific to that coffin, just grabbing any coffin that you already grabbed will get you the secret. And that unlocks the quote-unquote random character, which is not actually a random character. Well, picking random character does not make you play as a random character. It is a specific character called random, which is something. But the character's stats are random. I'm not entirely sure how they work. There's a pretty in-depth explanation for it on the wiki. Well, I was hoping for Mad Grove there, but looks like we do not deserve it. Oh, there we go. So, really? Okay, well, because we had the pentagram there, we just one-shot the Reaper. This is second secret. Well, this is the secret that we're going for on this map. Unfortunately, I did not get the toasty spawn, which is a bit annoying, but it's fine. I just need to remember to grab it later. So now we still need to survive until 31 minutes, and then we can grab the secret. The timer pauses after we grab the secret, so we actually need to wait until we've done everything else we need to do on the map. Alright, so, secret coming up. We're going to have to get an RNG coffin check. So I would like everyone in chat to guess a number between 1 and 9. And, I don't know, if you guess right, you get something. Bragging rights. Predict a number between 1 and 9, let's say. Six, 7, 8. Lower number is better, by the way, just for clarity. So there's 9 coffins here. We need the bosses in one of them. Which one it is random. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oops. 8. Who guessed 8? Kurined and Sachi Techless. Congratulations. You get something. I don't know. You get to feel good about yourself. But now that spawned the boss, and this guy has just like an insane amount of HP. So we're just gonna sit here and let him die. And I might actually take this moment to go to the toilet. So I will be right back. Oh, that's a 6, wow. Jesus, my eyesight really needs to be checked. Alright, well, anyway, I'll be back. Okay, I have returned. We got the boss. Avatar and Furnace has joined the survivors. We actually cannot quit out at this point, so we just gotta wait for the white hand here to kill us. And we're almost done with secrets. Well, kind of. We've got about 2 more runs, and then we got to start just grinding out a few collection items, mostly arcanas, but nothing too difficult. So first thing we're going to do is we are going to take Doggo over to, actually no, what we're going to do is we are going to take we're going to take Cosmo into Astral Stair. So we just unlocked this map for reaching level 80 in Inverse Inlay Library. Important thing about this map is that there's a bunch of there's a bunch of relics on this map. There's also 5 golden fingers, and if we grab 5 golden fingers across any number of playthroughs, we unlock another map which unlocks some stuff that we actually want. And this is the only map that has golden fingers on it that is accessible to us, so that's what we're going to do. As for what a golden finger is, it is, well, you pick it up and it makes all of your attacks really strong, fire off insanely fast, and also it massively increases the enemy spawn rate for a bit. And then it tracks how many enemies you killed, and then you get like the prize based on how many you kill. But that's not the important part. Well, that actually is the important part. It's the pretty. Basically, it massively increases the enemy spawn count, which is great because that lets us. Alright, we can just run through walls here. I remember that now. Because that lets us get a bunch of experience from killing a bunch of enemies, which isn't particularly relevant for this exact run, because the only thing we care about at the moment is just grabbing these golden fingers and all the relics. But it is a handy thing to have available to us in other runs. That's all the relics. Now we just need to grab one more golden finger, which should be over here-ish. What the hell? That's not what I was expecting. We're also, again, abusing the fact that with too much movement speed we can start moving through walls. Alright, let's play Porter, and we're going to take Porter into space 54, which is, hang on, which one did I just take? I didn't want that. This is a weird map. It's kind of just annoying to play because like the enemy spawns are really inconsistent, but what do I want here? Sure, whatever. It's not too difficult to complete. Also, this character that we're playing is Porter. He starts with Lightning Ring. Like Suor Clariki, the devs kind of recognize that Lightning Ring sucks as a starting weapon, so Porter gets a bunch of cooldown at the start of a run at level 1. That slowly fades away as she levels up. Fortunately, the what's its strats. The Game Killer strats don't work as well on her just because the Lightning Ring doesn't have like barely any AoE in it. If you're gonna do Game Killer strats with her, you also need to be like on a map where you can get even more cooldown reduction, just to like make it really broken, and then also possibly get the Arcana that causes lightning strikes to explode. So we're gonna grab this just because, like, why not? But yeah, this is a pretty basic stage. There's not really a whole lot going on here. I do just briefly want to mention that we picked up the phaser here. Phaser's a really strong weapon. You can see it kind of like hits enemies with this like really wide, thin beam, which, because we don't need to aim it, it just makes it incredibly helpful. Also, hey Mash, raiding with a party of 2. Welcome. There is another golden finger over in the other direction, but we kind of don't have time to grab it because it will stop becoming available for us to grab once the timer hits 10 minutes, I believe. And like, we don't really have enough time to run back and go over there to grab it. So all we're gonna do is just start going in this direction. There's not enough enemies in this spawn that spawn on this map to really get enough level ups to make overflowing worth it, or even possible. So we're just gonna grab the tomes, especially because we want to evolve the phaser on this map, and it evolves with a fully leveled up tome. I am just never going to evolve this fucking cage, am I? Oh well. It'll be fine. I'll have an opportunity to do it later. Probably. But yeah, we're not really at any risk of dying on this map, so it's fine. The reason we are here is because there is a relic that spawns at 18 minutes on this map, which we want to grab. Partly because we need to grab all the relics, but partly because, well, it's a very handy one to have for specific situations. Sure, well. Why not? It would be nice to get some more chests. That will let me evolve things. That would be... Can I not get more purple chests? Like, are you serious? I do not want more Arcana. I'm friggin' drowning into things over here. What the hell is this? That is not something that I would ever thought I would say, but... What the hell? Why am I only getting freaking Arcana drops? What the hell is this? And of course I don't evolve with one thing that I need that I want to evolve. We have 6 Arcana. That is absurd. This is not a problem I've ever thought I would have. Like, normally the Arcana dropping dudes are, like, extremely rare. Well, not extremely rare, but, like, decently rare. Alright. Evolve the Phaser into the Photon Storm. Minutes, and now I walked past it. Rip. Oh, that was close. And then I don't actually think I need to survive until minute 20 here. I can never remember if I do or not, but it's not too much extra time, so we're just going to do it just to be sure. And we are out. Alright, so that gave us the random level up option. And random level ups are good not because they are particularly strong, but because they remove our ability, or they remove us having to select level up options, which means we can now just be very fast by letting fate take the wheel, which does not always work out super duper well. These options that we have here are okay, I guess, but I'd also probably prefer not to have popped the Crystal Cries that early. It's like letting chat decide. Yeah, it's not typically a good idea, but a lot of the times we can just survive purely off the strength of our Arcana. This is not one of those moments, clearly, but like as long as you get sort of like average RNG, sometimes you can just kind of. There we go. Okay, that's. Of course, we get it during the worst wave. Okay. Oh, we get another one. Okay, so this is really not looking great. Honestly, it's probably worth it for me to just reset, but I'm no coward. We're just gonna. We are just going to. Okay, never mind. Okay. That's fine. That is one of the perils of random level ups. Maybe. Nah, we do want hyper. Probably. Yeah. Why does the random level up love getting the birds? Like, it's so common to get the birds out of the random level ups, and I feel like, oh, we got Blackheart and both whips. That might be worth something. Okay, I think that should have reset out Crystal Cries, which is pretty good. Yeah, the heart on the brace, that is actually... Oh, we got the bracer and the knife. That's pretty good. Honestly, the main thing that helps us survive here is getting the starting weapon here, the Celestial Dusting, to level 7. Once that happens, enemies that it kills drop health, which basically just makes us a lot tankier. But okay, I think I'm going to have to start taking this a bit seriously. These green guys are annoyingly tanky. Oh, come on, what? Luckily I have extra revives because I randomly dropped the Tirajisu. Sick. Alright. We should be in pretty good shape now. That's kind of most of the harder waves out of the way. There's just 9 minutes, which I think we'll be fine. Maybe not. Yeah. It's what? Alright. This is basically just going to be what like every run is going to be like from now on. Just as a heads up. Unless I think the stage is difficult enough to warrant actually needing some kind of guidance, I will probably just be putting random on, or if we need to be able to choose our weapons for some other reason. What do I want? Well, I guess we're getting aggro. I would have liked Moonlight Borrower there, but aggro also works. I'm gonna grab you, I'm gonna grab you, you. Alright. So this is the secret on this map. So you can see there's kind of like this pie cookie thing that's spawning. And it's kind of forming they kind of form like a trail. If we follow this trail far enough, we will reach the secret. These start spawning once you've picked up both the red heart and the skull off the ground on this map, or cause them to disappear through any means. So if you happen to have maxed out the skull to cause it to disappear, then it will disappear. But we do have to travel quite some distance, but it's nothing too unreasonable. Oh, there you go. So this Black Shadow dude, this is the secret once we kill him. we'll get the secret, and then we just need to hit level 80. And we're good. This thing does have a lot of HP. There we go. And we were level 81, cool. I quit out before I checked my level, but... okay, so... what are we doing? We are going to play Gallo of Gallo's Tower fame. We're going to go to the dairy plant. We're going to turn around and level up off because we actually really need to take specific items, and we're going to take Out of Bounds as our first weapon. And yeah. So Out of Bounds is a pretty strong weapon. Basically what it does is when you freeze an enemy, it explodes and deals damage to all the enemies around it. My boy Gallo here starts with the Clockland set as a starting weapon. So we essentially have this laser beam that explodes enemies all the time, which is nice. It turns it from not dealing any damage into like probably one of the most powerful like level 1 weapons in the game. But our aim in... Actually, hang on, did I turn Endless off? I feel like I did not turn Endless off, even though I have them in my note. I didn't turn Endless off. Okay, good. It's a good thing that I remembered to do that, because I have in my notes swearing at me to remember to turn Endless off, and a lot of the time I don't do that. Anyway, our aim in this run is to kill the Reaper, which is why we need Endless off, because he won't spawn if we That's a very good thing I remember now. But yeah, so our strategy for killing the Reaper is we are going to evolve the Clockland set, and we're also going to evolve the Laurel. Assuming we frickin' get the Laurel, fine, we will take the Pentagram. Laurel, cool. And then... do I want the duplicator? Nah. We don't even have that many projectiles. Candelabra? Sure, why not? But yeah, we're not really doing much else on this map except trying to defeat the Reapers. So we're gonna normally I would try and use this time to try and evolve some of the weapons that I haven't evolved yet, but doesn't look like my choices so far have really allowed for that. We're going to have room for one more weapon after we unite the whips, but Anyway, you can see that this clock set is just like putting in so much work here. I don't need any of those. Empty tome, yes. Especially once we get a bunch of cooldown and start, like, it's just the clock set by itself will essentially just keep every enemy away from us. God damn it. Pentagram, please. That chest can evolve something for us, but we don't have anything to evolve. So we are just going to sit here and hope that the pentagram doesn't delete everything on the screen. That one did delete everything on the screen. A rip-off. Oh well, it's fine. We have plenty of time. Alright, I think... I actually... Well, we do want to go macro over. What's it? Over Moonlight Bolero. Because I need to make sure that I have enough time to evolve these weapons. You can hear the Photon Storm going on in the background there. The sound it makes when it hits an enemy sort of plays like a tune, which it's reminiscent of the tune that plays when you open a chest. I think it might actually be the same track, or the same melody, I guess. It's just a cool detail about that that weapon. These tiles that I'm standing on, these like round things, these are like trap tiles. Standing on them will cause a number of things to happen. Most of the time it's causing enemies to spawn, which is fine by us because more enemies means more experience. But I mean, if you're kind of struggling a bit on this map, you might want to not step on these. So we're just gonna chill here for a bit. So Reaper spawns at 30 minutes. Oh my god, we still have... so we're gonna... Don't really have a lot to do else between now and then. We are gonna have to pick what we want for our last weapon swap after... our last weapon slot after we unite these whips, but... I know what I would like to get, but there's a decent chance that we just don't get it. We also need to actually get the weapons, get that union first. Right, we want Moonlight Bolero. don't want that. We don't want that. I'm gonna try just skip a bunch to try and get the item that we want, but like, if we don't get it, it's fine. There we go. So these are the Flames of Misspell, which evolves with the Tyronus box. So we unlocked this for unlocking Avatar Infernus. Why not, I guess. I don't think that does anything for us, but... so once we evolve this, there we go. We basically just have nothing to do, so we just sit back and wait for this Reaper to die. So, spawn and then die. So, enjoy. And there you have it. One Reaper dead. One secret unlocked. Now, how many secrets do we have left? 10. Wow, that is a lot more than I thought we had. But next up, Pugnala Parola, who we are going to take over to Mungalo. And yeah, that checks out. So the secret that we're going for here is we want to max out every passive. Which basically just takes time. Like, there's no risk of us dying here on this stage. But we do kind of need to, actually, why have I not grabbed things yet? Again, we're gonna just grab like the few that really help us at the moment, just to make sure that we can max them out first before we start on the rest of them. AoE probably helps. Of course, while we're here, we're also going to evolve our weapons, which are these red and blue pistols. I was kind of just grabbing whatever is weapons, but the Flames of Misspell are not really good weapons for us here. Actually, maybe they are. The other thing that we want to do is we want to fully evolve. Sorry, fully evolve the bracelet, which is a weapon that we just unlocked for clearing a stage with Divino or Garlo. But we're pretty much at the mercy of just hoping it even shows up at this point. And because I wasn't paying attention and just grabbed a bunch of random weapons, I don't have much leeway in terms of weapon slots. Honestly, it's still not a big deal if I don't get to evolve it. We'll just find some other time to evolve it. Probably during our gold farming section. Or just on like any other character. Alright, these are the United guns. They shoot out lasers that fire off in a bunch of different directions and spin around. Turns the game into a rave. Very fun. Thankfully, picking up, uniting the guns gave us another weapon slot, so we have some leeway in case we're forced to pick up something that's not the bracer. Oh, bracelet, there we go. So the bracelet's an interesting weapon, or somewhat unique anyway. It, instead of going up to level 8 like every other weapon, it only goes up to level 6. And instead of evolving with a passive, it will actually just evolve once you have it at level 6. And then after that, it will you can actually level it up to level 6 again, and then you can evolve it again, which is unique. Well, it's the only weapon in the base game that does that. I didn't want to pick that up. Whatever. It's the only weapon in the base game that acts like that. There are others in the DLC that behave in a similar manner. But it is... as for whether the weapon's any good or not, I don't know. It's like, it's okay, I guess. But other times it's just, the projectiles are really hard to see, so like it's kind of hard to tell when it's actually having an effect. But I think it's like decently powerful. I would like to get some chests that will freaking level evolve things for me. Please stop spamming eyes at me, game. There we go. So this should evolve the bracelet for us. Bracelet for us, I should say. It might also evolve the Song of Mana, which we have not evolved yet either, so that would be handy. So yes, this is the Buy bracelet, which is just like 2 bracelets, I guess. And once it evolves again, it evolves into the Tri bracelet. The Tri bracelet can be leveled up level 6, but we don't actually need to do that. We just need to evolve it to add it to the collection. So just about done here. I think we've got like 3 levels to go. If I can get a level up. No, never mind, we got the freaking eyeball again. I'm gonna stick around and see if I can get another silver chest because I would like to evolve the Song of Mana. If this doesn't spawn a silver chest, it doesn't. Okay, fuck it, we're out. Okay, so next we are going to take Conchetta over to Ilmolis. Where are you? Ilmolis. And Ilmolis is, we want to pick you. This is, so Conchetta's weapon is the, we won't see Bellatra in action. If we're pretty far ahead at the end of the run, then I might do the Bellatra DLC. The Bellatra, if I wanted to 100% the Bellatra DLC, it would be very, very quick because that is an extremely quick DLC to complete. But yeah, this is Ilmolis. You see all of the enemies here are plants that don't move. So it's basically impossible to die on this map unless you're just being really stupid. But we need to last until 15 minutes on this map. And Conchetta's weapon is the Shadow Pinion. This is probably the most unique weapon in the game. The way it works is when you walk, it leaves a trail behind you, and then when you stop moving, all of those trail particles sort of leave, or shoot out a projectile in the direction that you're facing when you stop moving. Which is just very weird, kind of takes a bit of getting used to. But yeah, so our aims for this run, we want to hit level 50, as usual. We want to survive until 15 minutes. And then we also want to evolve this weapon here, the Shadow Pinion, which evolves with the wing. So I need to make sure I actually pick up the wing if I see it. This is another map that just suffers from a massive lack of chests that spawn. If you want to evolve a bunch of weapons here, it'll just take you forever, which is why Moonlight Bolero is incredibly... What the Shadow Pinion does is suck. I don't think it's that bad. It is definitely tricky to use. And if you're going for an AFK build, then it is just like completely worthless. But like I don't think it's like a bad weapon. well. We just evolved the Proton Storm, which is kind of insane. So now we basically just don't have to put any effort into killing anything, but I still have not been off. There we go, wings. Alright, should evolve that for us. So this is the Valkyrie Turner, I think it's called. So now instead of short range pokey bits, it's like fires off rainbow lasers, which is very fun. I like to call it the Pride Lighter. But it is... It's kind of fun just shooting off a bunch of lasers. Well, I was hoping to get Madgrove there, but no such luck. Probably need to remember to pick up the Disco Laser mode, yeah boy! Alright, level 50, so now we just better chill here until 15 minutes. I believe it's 15 minutes. Maybe we don't even need to survive in the place, but we do need to survive for 15 minutes with this character specifically to unlock the Shadow Pinion. So... minutes, cool. Alright. Now we just need to go through and unlock our last few Arcanas, which is Demario, Giovanna, Christine, and Pascalina. So we're going to take Demario and we are going to take him over to the laboratory. So this is actually a map that is... It gets extremely dangerous sort of towards the end of the time limit. I don't really want any of these. Well, whatever, I guess I'll take that. Actually, you know what, we're going to restart. I don't really like any of the pickups that I just got. Actually, hang on. But, get that anyway. Yeah, this is interesting map. Basically, there's a bunch of like free items that we can get by just like pulling a bunch of levers. And what we can also do is, if we can find one, this lever here, and a massive train runs by and runs over all the enemies, which is not only an effective way of killing enemies, but is also necessary for the... there's an unlock that requires us to do a certain amount of damage with it. The amount of damage we need to do is not a particularly high amount of damage. You basically get it by triggering it like 2 or 3 times. But putting these levers in these rooms will spawn items for us. I do want to spawn a bunch of items now, but I don't want to pick up any of them quite yet because I would like to overthrow them. So basically I'm just going to run around and spawn all of them, and then I'll grab Madgroove later. Once I filled out my inventory. or, you know, whenever I have the opportunity to. Which is not today, apparently. What do we want? I guess Divine Bloodline. There's also a few items that can only be dropped out of these. One of them was one that spawned earlier, which is the, I don't remember what it's called, it's like a sort of cabinet looking thing. It'll, what it does is, it lets us pick a free passive weapon, essentially. Which is nice because, being able to pick a passive is handy. This does mean that we can basically just use it to overthrow for whatever weapon we want. Being a bit unlucky on these lever balls. Sometimes you don't get an item and you just get like an enemy spawn instead. Armadillo, that's what it is. Why is that beneficial over just taking them at once? Because we want to overthrow the weapons, which I mean is having full inventory slots and then picking them up. It basically just means they're all more powerful for the end game of this stage, which is pretty difficult to survive. Although we do have crystal cries, so we're not at immense risk of dying, but even with crystal cries it is very possible to just straight up die here. The chests, I mean, I'm leaving them because I don't really need them at the moment. I actually didn't want to pick that up, but... yeah, honestly, my decision making on this map is kind of just based very heavily off like vibes. I kind of just do whatever feels about right. So like, technically picking that up just now didn't really work, didn't really let me overthrow a weapon because I still have the whips which could combine into one, but honestly I just like indulging in the RNG and see what drops I can get, and like we can just pick up those chests whenever. It's not really strictly necessary. Although if I don't get another Arcana chest, this might be a bit iffy. But hopefully I should get one more. I should have picked up that Armadillo. I don't think I'm gonna get. I don't think I'm gonna get another Arcana chest. Actually, hang on. Yeah. I got unlucky on the first one, which is a bit annoying. I need to remember to go into the frickin' power-ups and buy some more rerolls. Okay, so I didn't grab the Armadillo, which I kind of really desperately should have, because that is actually one of the unlocks that we need, but for everything else, as long as we can survive until level 20 minutes, we should be fine. Although we're about to hit 19 minutes, and you'll see why surviving in this run is very difficult. Yeah, so we just filled the screen with these incredibly tanky and high damaging enemies. But we survived long enough, so that's fine. So we're gonna grab an armadillo. Let's see, who can I do this with? I just want someone who can move quickly. There we go. Okay. Yes, it is a bit of a difficult situation to be in, but we survived because Crystal Cries is OP. Okay, so we just need Christine and Pascalina. Do we have any other stages we can do? We actually do. We need to do Astral Stare. I think this is probably slightly better. So Astral Stare is a weird stage. Basically, the sort of gimmick where, you know what, let's get the birds. Where there's like red and blue enemies, and red enemies can only be damaged by blue weapons or red weapons, and then blue enemies can only be damaged by red weapons, or vice versa. I'm not entirely sure. I can't quite remember exactly what it is, but generally speaking, the way around it is just use weapons that aren't either, and then they just work. But we're not having a good time of it at the moment. Probably because I grabbed the garlic, which is just like not doing anything for us, but also I did not need to grab the bone there. Yeah, this might not be a good. Yeah, yeah. This is just going to. Yes, that was not working out. Let's try that again. Yeah, we want this, and then Clock Lance. Actually, Clock Lancer does nothing for us because then we have no damage. Song of Mana, sure. Santa Javelin, sure. Vanta Sacro, sure. Oh yes. Okay, this is already looking just way better. I actually have like weapons that do damage. I kinda don't want those. I think what I would like to get is the phaser. Phaser would be a good pickup. I mean, the phaser's basically always a good pickup, let's be real. Duplicator... no. We don't have our Crystal Cries active at the moment, so we kinda gotta be a bit careful about not dying here. That should have done it. There we go. Oh my god, I keep forgetting that I need to friggin... Alright, we'll take you. Need a buddy buy more rerolls, because not getting the Arcana that I kind of need to make the strategy work is rough. Anyway, we don't need to survive until 20 minutes on this map, but what we do need to do is kill an enemy that spawns during the 18-minute wave. And that's purely for bestiary entry. It's the only time they spawn is during the 18-minute wave on this particular map. And then there's also a secret we need to grab on this map. You know what, we're just gonna grab it, I don't care. Oh my god. Okay, well, game said no, but it's fine. We don't need Moonlight Borrower. But the secret that we grab on this map, basically, if we just keep walking through doors, we will eventually just get teleported into like a secret area. And it's not like RNG. It's actually, there's just a certain number of doors that you need to walk through. Oh yeah, this is the boss enemy on this map, which is it's this egg, but it has the infinite corridor effect, where if it hits you with its beam, you just instantly lose half of your remaining health, which is annoying. It's not actually all that impactful if you have like any amount of healing or like good damage, but these are the enemies that we need to kill. I also need to kill this egg, because I need to kill it for the bestiary. Normally it would be dead by the time we reach this point, but we are severely lacking in damage. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. This is suboptimal. What we're going to grab one of these. That should hopefully make killing these things a lot easier. But yeah, when all of these fire off the attack that halves your HP at once, it essentially just reduces your HP to 1, which is not ideal. I don't know if we've killed any of these or not yet. Normally they don't survive this long. But normally I have like some weapon evolutions. There you go. I'm assuming this giant mass of them is because some of them died and not because they're all stacked up. But you know what, I'm just gonna... These things dead. Oh my god. Also, I haven't done the secret yet, which I... Oh my god, why are these things so tanky? What the hell? This straight up should not be happening. How are these things not dead yet? This is absurd. Oh my god, fuck off. I am extremely confused about why these enemies are not dead. Maybe this will help. Like, there's no way they have that much HP. Okay, there we go. So we killed some of them. So now we just got to keep going through the doors until we get this secret. Too little damage. Yeah, I mean you'd think so, but like I have. Yeah, okay, that's true. I am basically just functioning entirely off the Crimson Whip here, the full. Also, I really should have gotten this freaking secret already. What the hell? Gotta be almost there. There we go. Alright. That took way longer than it probably should have. But we are done. So we don't really have any other maps that we need to do stuff on. So we're just going to take Pascalina over to Backcountry. Actually, we're going to take him over to the Dairy Factory because it is slightly faster. We're back for revenge. Sure. But yeah, we just need to hit level 50. Nothing too interesting going on here. Level 50 isn't even like a particularly high level at this point. The game is so fast you can't focus on your feeling. Yeah, there's when we're on hurry mode with 2 times speed as well on top of that, it's just there's a lot going on. I forgot to go into the frickin' power-ups again. it's fine. We're not likely to die here. I will just have to use my superior reflexes to not die here. Crystal Cries, there we go. Broken Sick. Okay, now we just can't die. Assuming we can actually kill enough enemies to get our freaking health back. Okay, cool. Why not? I don't think Gemini helps us here, like, at all, but it's fine. I don't think I have evolved the Song of Mana, like, at all. Even though I'm pretty sure I've tried, like, 5 times. But it's fine, we can evolve it during our... Actually, no, we can't. That's a little annoying, actually. Okay, we'll try to evolve it during the next run. Actually, not the next run, the one after this one. The run after that one, the next one. Level 50, okay, so that should be all of the Arcana. Which, if I check... Oh, wait, what? Did we not do that? Ah. Okay, I guess we didn't hit level 50 with a... in Whiteout. What? That's so weird. Alright, well, I guess we have another opportunity to, evolve the things that we need to evolve. Oh my god, okay, no, fucking... Bloody goddamn... Rerolls! Jesus Christ. Okay. This might suck. The cats are not good for this, but... reroll. Cross, sure. Gaze of Gaia. Okay, that is one of the things that I need to evolve. Would be very nice if the game would give me a weapon that like actually does something here. Oh my god, what the hell, man? This is so fucking embarrassing. Alright, one more time. Let's try this again. Frickin' cats. So the cats have this thing where they will just like attack you instead of the enemy, and that is not great. I want the Song of Mana because I need to make sure I pick it up. Anyway, that's why the cats are just like the worst weapon in the game, because like they will just screw you over. You'll just find yourself taking a bunch more damage than you really need to. Because you're getting attacked by your own frickin' cats. And what? How was that? It's so nice to get some levels on like something other than the frickin' tome. And the cats. Spellbinder, sure. This is an interesting run. Cat cute? Oh, I don't know about that. Not these ones. Not... real... No, I want... you. Okay, cool. We actually do have some stages that we could be doing on. Okay, we don't actually need to evolve both of these weapons with this character, I just remembered. But it would be nice if I could evolve one of them. Of course, to do that, we need to get offered the frickin' items that evolve these items. Which we got one of them just now, so that's nice, but... there's also a secret we need to get on this map. I just remembered that. Armadillo, we want the skull. Alright, that evolves the Song of Mana. That evolves it into the Menager, which is basically just the same thing, but like with a wider hitbox. Alright, that's the Gate of Gaia evolved, and now we just gotta hit level 50. Which means we want you. Yes. Armadillo lets you select a thing, sure. Sure, why not? Alright. And also, this is the secret on this map, which are these 9 golden rings. I don't know if you noticed, but where the fuck are these rings on? Did I just I don't know if I picked that up. Okay, never mind, we're fine. Yeah, we picked up all 9 of them, and that should unlock the secret for us. Yeah. Alright, cool. Okay. What are we gonna do now? We are going to take Gazebo. So we unlocked Gazebo for reaching minute 20 in the coop. And then we are going to play Gazebo in the coop to unlock his Dark Armor, which is incredibly busted. But first, an explanation of what Gazebo's abilities are. Whenever Gazebo overheals, eats food and heals above his max HP, or what would be above his max HP, he gets a stat increase. So you can see because of these chickens, I am just getting like insane stat boosts. You can see them coming up above my head. To get the secret, we need to max out his stat boosts, which maxes out at something like 300 chickens eaten or something like that, or 3,000 chickens. It's quite a lot. Never seen this level either. We were playing it earlier. This is where we unlocked the ability to let us speed up time like this. Yeah, so again, the gimmick on this level is that there's a bunch of chickens, and if we can kill them with a fire attack, then they turn into roast chickens. Which, pretty handy, because we want to eat a bunch of roast chickens with Gazebo to heal above. To get these stat boosts. Also, this is still my favorite track in the game. Let me just... Oh my god. This game has had so many updates, it's insane. This is true. There have been a lot of updates to this game. It's very annoying how the music pauses then. Anyway. Oh, looks like we are done. We're not getting any more stat increases, so there you go, eat as much as possible with Gazebo. So the Arcana that we just unlocked is actually incredibly powerful, but we're not going to be using it anytime soon, because it's kind of very situational. What are we doing? Boss rush. This is Santa Ladonna. We unlocked him by reaching minute 20 in the laboratory. His gimmick is he can get Arcanas out of like regular chests, which makes this particular challenge a lot easier. So one of the effects of the evolved Santa Javelin is it causes your rosaries to basically become super strong. They they will basically fire off like 4 hits at once. Like so. And the achievement is to trigger that with this character. Okay, I think that's about. Well, we can do this while we're at it. But yeah, that unlocked Hail from the Future, which is a very, very nice Arcana. Yeah. Well, I don't know. What am I doing? Okay, I'm gonna do this. Inverse, random level up. Gallo Tower. We're gonna take you. We're gonna take. Oh wait, really? Huh. Yeah, that's a bit concerning. Am I missing it? Huh. Okay, I will have to look into that, but I got Shadow Pinion, serious. Anyway, our aim here is to hit level 80. That's about it. There's an achievement for reaching level 80 with this character, and then a separate achievement for reaching level 80 on Inverse Gallo Tower. That's what we're doing. I think I'm missing an unlock that I'm supposed to have by now, but I'm not really quite sure which one it should have been because this is not looking great because, well, I mean, whatever, I have Crystal Cries, don't I? Yeah, that's fine. The level ups that we got here are really not great. By level ups the random items that we got. I did specifically buy these weapons from the shop over there just to lower a bit of RNG, but the passes that we got are really not great. We have literally more HP, more armor, more HP regeneration, extra lives, and increased iframes. That is 5 purely defensive defensive passives, which is kind of insane. And then we also got cooldown reduction, which is honestly probably good enough to just like carry us by itself, but like it doesn't really help us kill things faster. Well, everything else doesn't really help us kill things faster. I might just chill here for a bit. I want to get these Crystal Cries procs off, if possible. Hidden Anathema does not help us. Moonlight Borrow probably doesn't help us either, to be honest. I purposely spawned these Atlanteans just so I can get them to do damage for me, so I can get more Crystal Cries procs, because the more procs we get, the more growth we can get, which means we can hit level 80 faster. But yeah, our damage output is severely lacking because we got basically no offensive. We got like really horrible luck out of the random level ups. Oh my god, and we're still getting bad luck out of these frickin' drops. These black chests. Like, if I had gotten spinach or something, would have been so nice. Okay, we got an evolution. That's fine. The Gambit isn't paying off. It really is not. But I mean, it's still faster than having to pick things. Like, even if you take 1 second to pick every single one, that's like 80 seconds. I don't really know. We'll take Hail from the Future, sure. So what Hail from the Future does is every time you level up, you basically just get a random item. And a lot of the random items are extremely powerful, and it synergizes very well with, say for example, Crystal Cries, which gives you growth, which means you're going to be leveling up a lot. And I really could use some frickin' magnet stats. Oh my god. 76, 78. Okay, sick. So for some reason, we're missing this guy. How did we not kill 3,000 Milk Elementals? That makes 0 sense. What? I don't really know what to make of that. But I guess what I'm gonna do is, like, how does that happen? That is so weird. Who's someone who can... Hang on, how many have I killed? Milk Elementals. Seriously? Wow, that's insane. I don't really know who I want to play now. Guess we'll just play you. I did buy the upgrades I was missing. What we're going to do is we're going to play you. So somehow we have not killed enough Milk Elementals to unlock this character, which is really insane because that should, like, we've played this stage like 3 times now. And we only need to kill 3,000 of them, so I don't really know how we managed to not kill that many, but the Milk Elementals are these white ghost type things that just spawned, by the way. It'd be nice if I wasn't getting... I kind of picked bad items here. I would have liked to have gotten the tome. Also, it would be really nice if this freaking thing had stopped chasing me. Okay, there we go. Alright. We're just gonna chill out on here. Maybe go to like... Hang on. When do these guys spawn? 7 minutes, okay. No, 7 minutes in the boss rush. 4 minutes in the dairy plant, which means we've actually spawned all of them. Oh no, 6:30, 9, and 10. Okay, we'll go until 10 minutes, and then hopefully that should... That should be enough. So weird though, I've never had this happen before. And like, we're not even missing like only a few. Like a huge number of them. Oh, fuck off! Fucking Ghost Reaper, man, piss off. Okay. Hopefully that's enough. There we go. Okay, that is... I still have no idea how we managed to pull that off, but whatever. Where are we going? Tiny Bridge. We want to pull you, and then we're just... Actually, no, we don't want to pull you. We want to pull... so Bianca Romba starts with the Corello, which is this sort of wheel type thing. But what it does is it fires out this like minecart that bounces back and forth across the screen, which is very handy for this particular map, because this map is just like one really thin horizontal line. But again, we want to hit level 80 here, but there's also a secret we need to go for. And there's also a relic on this stage. This is the relic, and then the secret is all the way off in the other direction. Telkir, welcome, and good morning, I guess. Normally I would try and like wait to overflow these items, but like I just stopped caring at this point. We do need to move pretty far in this direction. But we're not really at risk of dying or anything, so... I don't want to pick that up quite yet. I did say I've stopped caring about overflowing, but I would really like to evolve this whip. Okay, fine, whatever. Guess we're not evolving this whip. Unless, I get a, Unless I get one from a back chest. A hollow heart from a back chest. Sure, fine, I will take Hidden Anathema. I don't think it's going to help at all. What Hidden Anathema does is it basically is the effect of Gazebo's passive, where you get stats upon eating food, but like uncapped, so you can just like straight up break the game by just eating a shit ton of food. We will actually be seeing that shortly-ish. Have I walked past this boss? I feel like... I don't think I have. I have a very bad habit of walking past this guy when I really, shouldn't have, but... Wait, do I have Hail from the Future on? Why is there a golden finger here? What? I'm so confused. Alright, cool, a back art. Alright. So yeah, if you can't see what's going on, that's the skill issue, I guess. But I am hoping to find this boss. There's no way I haven't walked past him already. This is way further than I remember ever going before. I'm going to keep going a little bit further. Alright, I am pretty confident that I have walked past the boss that I was supposed to kill, which is a little embarrassing. So now we're just gonna... The screen isn't Clown Vomit, it's not VS. This is very true. And this is not even as bad as it's going to get. The Clown Vomit is actually about to come to a head in the next couple of runs. There he is. Wow, I don't know how I walk past him so much. Like, it is very obvious. But that's my boy Johnny. Yeah, I know. Okay, so that should be everything in the base game collection. All I need to do now is play you. What am I missing? I have not evolved the birds yet. Wow, okay, that is embarrassing. Okay, God damn it, man. Who to play? We'll play you, and we'll... Jesus Christ, okay, Bird one. Alright, I don't have Crystal Cries on. That's a little embarrassing. Wow, so that's the downside of not taking the birds to not taking the birds when I went to unlock that one secret, because I just completely forgot that I needed to evolve the birds, and I have like no frickin' damage, which is a bit worrying. I can't take the phaser because I need to take the other bird. How are we doing on time? We're like 7-ish hours almost. Out of 11, yeah, we have plenty of time. But it is kind of embarrassing to be to just having to go back and get stuff like this. And like, this run started off so well as well. Good. I am not having a fun time here. We're actually basically nearly done with the game, to be honest. Once we unlock the birds here, we will have all of the collection items, which means we've unlocked Queen Sigma. And once we've unlocked Queen Sigma, we're pretty close to finishing all the unlocks. The only thing that really is left is the adventures, which I'm not super optimistic about, but I don't imagine we're likely to go over time. nice to get offered the birds to evolve, to level up, instead of just nothing. Alright, now I just need a chest. And to like, for the chest to actually evolve the weapon I need it to evolve. And of course the game is just not giving me chests. There we go. Good. Okay, cool. Alright. Queen Sigma. My girl. So we are going to... let me just double check. I didn't do that either, for fuck's sake. Okay, well whatever, that's not hard. Alright, so we actually need to farm about 2 million gold. You can see at the moment we have 63,000. This is not what I wanted. And like the large, that is what I wanted. The largest cash injection we've had in the game was when we killed the director, which was about 150,000 gold. We need 10 times that, and we're going to get it in the space of about 5 to 10 minutes. Real time, not game time. Do we want... what do we want? Wicked Season, sure. But the other thing that we need to do is we need to start banishing weapons. Because we definitely want this one. One of the unlocks that we have is to banish a certain amount of weapons. But the highest rank one of those, we need to banish 80 weapons, which runs into the small issue that there are not 80 weapons to banish in the game, so we need to get a bit creative. So that's what we're going to be doing here. We're going to farm a bunch of gold. And of course we're using Queen Sigma because Queen Sigma can get a bunch of different arcanas very quickly, and we can kind of just like layer all of the dark arcanas together to create this like insane like hyperscaling build, which you'll see in action. This is going to get very out of hand very quickly. But I also need to make sure that I'm properly banishing enough weapons to unlock what I need to unlock. actually don't want that. These boxes on the floor here, these are candy boxes, these let us pick weapons, and of course that's an armadillo there. Fine, I'll take it. That's an armadillo there. What have I not banished here? Cats? Sure. That's an armadillo there. These are all drops from the Hail from the Future Arcana. Alright, so this is where things start getting just like insanely overpowered. Because we have Hidden Anathema, which, okay, that's might not work. I maybe didn't, well, whatever. Because we have Hidden Anathema, which is the one that makes you get stats every time you eat something. And we're just eating a shit ton of food. We're going to very quickly just become even more insanely overpowered than Queen Sigma usually is. We're not even at our final form yet. Yeah, we'll take it now. This is Disco of Gold. This is basically the gold farming. Watching this in-game turbo makes us redrive the time that it's a menu game. I mean, yeah, you're not wrong. So we had what, 65,000 gold walking into this. We've picked up 250,000 so far in this run alone, and most of that has just come from that one gold fever that we just had just now, and it is only going to get more insane from here. I actually think. Yeah, if you can't see what's happening, again, skill issue. I'll take you. We're now up to 440,000 gold, which is 525,000 gold, 600,000 gold. We need, and just as a reminder, we need about 2 million gold. Look away for 2 minutes. Look, 2 minutes in real life is, in real time, is 8 minutes of game time in this. And this is a funny thing. The gold counter from Gold Fever, you can see it gets larger as you get more money. The text size there is actually completely uncapped. You can get, if you can get more than like 2 million gold in a in one Gold Fever, then like the text has become so large that you can't even see it on the screen anymore. Yeah. Creator throwing, well, we're at 180,000 gold now. Again, we need 2 million. I'll probably get a little bit more just to be sure. Because we just hit 2 million now, and I don't know. I like making the stream suffer a bit. Alright, that's 2.5 million. I want to see how big I can make this thing. Let's see if we can get 1 million on one gold fever. There you go, 1 million. Okay, cool. All right, so that was gold farming. So we unlocked these, which are seals, and seals let us permanently, well, remove weapons from the pool. So because we can't, there's not 80 weapons to banish, we need to sort of like pre-banish some weapons. So if we banish all of our evolutions, then we can also banish their pre-evolutions and make things a lot easier. I think I'm probably also going to banish you. What is this? 1, 2, 3. I don't need you. I don't need you. And let's just go you. So we need to banish 80 weapons, which again sounds like a lot, and that's because it is, but we already pre-banished 46 of them now. So hopefully it should be a bit easier. We just need to know how to count to 34, and we are going to enter the bone zone as soon as I figure out where the hell it is on this menu. Alright, bone zone. First item, blood astronomia. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'll take that actually. 11, 12, 13, 14. I didn't mean to take that. Fuck, okay, whatever. Well, we're at 14. We need 15. 16. 17. 18. 19. 20. 21. 22, 23. Wait, fuck. That might have been bad. I didn't mean to fill up my passive slots, because now that I've filled up my passive slots, then we won't get offered more passives. Uh, 24, 25. 26. 26. Seven. You know what? 28. 29. 30. 34. 34 was the amount we needed, right? Oh, I can... 35. 36. 38. Also pick these up so we can banish them as well. Alright, that's like 40, which I think is probably, I mean, it's definitely enough. There is also a secret we need to get on this map, but we also need to survive until 30 minutes, which is not going to be particularly difficult because we're playing Queen Sigma. So once I head over to where this secret is, I'm actually just going to straight up go AFK and make myself some food, because I am starving. So I will be right back. Okay, well that's a little embarrassing. I forgot that that would happen. So I am just going to, well, that gives me time to actually eat this food. Alright, cool. Well, yeah, enjoy still, I guess. Alright, that's that done. Hopefully we already got, so, let's see, unlocks. Oh god, fucking damn it. I thought we got that already, shit. Okay, wait, no, we didn't get that either? Are you serious? Okay, well, I guess we're, getting some more AFK time in. Cool. I'm fine with this. We're just going to, this is actually a carefully, executed ploy to get me more, more time to, what do we want here? Probably this. Get me more time to eat. Let's just go with that. So, we need to get 100,000 kills. which shouldn't take too long, but maybe this isn't the best map for this. But it's also the most AFK good. Yeah. Good. This run started off so well, and now it's just like falling apart at the end, but you know what, it's fine. We will persevere. And we have way more time in the estimate than we really need. Like, the adventures take maybe like 2 hours between them. We're at, we've got like 4 hours left. And then the only other thing we need to do is some secrets that don't take very long at all. So, I would say this is fine. But, this seems pretty AFK, so I'm gonna go back to my food. Just needed to make sure that I was counting properly. Alright, a few more tiny things to go. We need to do this. Sure, whatever. Just got to run along here until we find something. There we go. Alright, that's probably good enough. Sick. Carlo cut. Sure, whatever. Fortunately, the speed up doesn't work on this map for some reason. But maybe it's because the it would be too fast if that were to happen. What's going on in this map is the entire stage is like moving. You're basically meant to be on like a minecart, like moving very far to the right. But the secret on this stage is to just keep moving to the left. So you can see we're kind of just moving to the left, but the screen's moving to the right. It's quite weird. Need these guys to freaking die already. Go. Last few achievements take that long. The last few secrets won't take that long, but we do need to do the adventures, and the adventures take like, I don't know, half an hour to 40 minutes each. So we're going to... alright, we need to do that. Backcountry again. What we're doing here is we need to reach 665 max health with this character, which fastest way to do that is with Divine Bloodline. But he has a gimmick where when he falls below 30% health, he will gain a bunch of max health. 43, 689. Cool. And then what do we got? You, and then these two. Okay, almost done. I'm gonna take you over to space 54. Are we surviving the vampires? We are. Yes, we have survived every single vampire that we've run into so far. What I'm not surviving is just me forgetting to do stuff. Il Maurice. So the doggo, for whatever reason, doesn't take damage from the plants here, and his weapon doesn't deal damage to the plants here, instead it heals them. So the secret here is to heal plants for like a certain amount. We took Twilight Requiem, the Arcana, because it causes his weapon to explode at the end of the when the projectile finishes. And those explosions also heal the plants, and they heal for significantly more than the plants normally would. I think that was it. I might have missed this audio cue. Yes, okay, so one last thing, we're going back to the Bone Zone. Sure, whatever. We just need to wait until 5 minutes on the clock. Hang on, why do I still have... Random level up. Sure. Sure. So the secret that we need to do now is we need to 1, kill a Reaper, and 2, when the Reaper dies we need to input a certain key combination to unlock the secret. And as it turns out, Queen Sigma's weapon, the Victory Sword, actually will just straight up one-shot a Reaper. One-shot Reapers, which is nice. And the fastest Reaper spawn in the game that we have access to consistently is spawns at 5 minutes on this stage, so we kind of just, if you keep an eye on the bottom right hand corner of the screen, you'll know I did it properly. Well, you'll know the timing to do it properly when a little pop-up appears. I was supposed to do this when we were here earlier, but I just forgot. Is it 5 minutes? Maybe it's 10 minutes. Oh no, that's right, I tried to do it earlier when we were here, but I think I ran into a chest and that messed up my input. It's actually kind of sketchy. Is there a guide for this category's route? Not really. So when I was learning this route, I just watched the world record. I went on to speedrun.com and watched the only run on the leaderboards, which is also the world record, and just wrote down everything they did. And that was several version updates ago, so there's a lot of extra stuff in there. I'd be happy to send you my notes if you want, but they're kind of specific, or more of, they're very much intended just to remind me of what to do, so they're kind of assuming that I already know what I'm talking about. Where is this friggin' Reaper? What the hell, man? Why is this guy not appeared? This is mildly concerning for a number of reasons. I guess we'll go through to 15 minutes and hope one spawns then. Otherwise, oh yeah, this is the Victory Sword sort of like, it's not a evolution or a union. Basically, you just get it as a thing, as like an additional thing. But it turns you into like this swirling vortex of... Alright, sure. If you message me on Discord after the run, or I can probably send you through my notes. Why? Oh my god. Okay, I don't know. Why is this thing not appearing? Got a non-red Reaper. Let's see. I don't know where the best place to get this thing to spawn is then, if this isn't gonna work. We're gonna try it one more time. Maybe it just didn't spawn properly. Why is this thing not spawning? Okay. Alright. We're gonna take the next option, which is where I know that one theoretically should always spawn. Have I gone too far? No, maybe. There you are. Alright, there we go. So in the corner here we have this red ghost. If I press down and enter while he's on the screen, then I get the secret. Okay, and then the last one, I go to the menu, I type spam. I go into here, I type spam. I go into here, I type spam again. And then I go into here and I type humbug, and when that should be the last secret. There we go, 20 out of 20. Alright, last thing we need to do is these 3 adventures. Is that? Huh, cool. So, adventure time! Come on, grab your friends. So, first adventure. So, the adventures are kind of like, I don't really know what to call them, but they're, small, bite-sized, well, they're kind of like a story mode, I guess. They'll give you, you get 6 or 7 maps in a row where your aim is to just complete one objective to unlock the next map. So this first one, our only aim is to survive until 10 minutes. To complete the adventure, we actually need to get all the unlocks in the adventure. But all we need to do, and there are unlocks aside from just completing the objectives on each map. There's 6 or 7, but most of them, the objectives are pretty simple. And getting all of the unlocks is not typically very difficult. But so like for this first stage, all we really want to do is just survive until 10 minutes. 6 or 7, yeah. It's I didn't even realize until you pointed it out just then, but yes, that is the funny number that the Zoomers are going on about. So we really just like do not have enough damage to defeat all of these. The only weapons that we have access to in this adventure at the start are the garlic, the cats, and both birds, and none of those are like particularly good weapons. So this is actually one of the hardest stages. So basically we're just going to abuse our oh my god, I died. We were just going to abuse Game Killer. We also don't bring across any of our power-ups from the hang on. Yeah, we don't bring across any of our power-ups from the previous stage either. They're from outside the adventure either. So we're in a lot weaker state than we usually would be. But this is still like the most consistent way that I've found of doing this stage. But yeah, this stage is actually probably one of the most difficult adventure stages. Or at least until we get to some of the ones in the last adventure. But we kind of just cheese those ones a little bit. Oh, we got a 5 chest, cool. Ah, we got a candy box out of it, sick. Oh, we have a little laurel as well, I forgot about that. Let's take, I guess we'll take the laurel. The laurel is basically just like a shield, like it'll absorb a hit for you, which is quite nice when you're just trying to survive. Aren't you supposed to send the money you're given in the adventure? Yeah, but like we don't need to do that quite yet. We'll spend it after we finish this map. Like we just don't. Most of the time I just forget to spend it. Like we don't really need to. But yes, it probably most of the time I do just straight up forget to spend it. I've been doing that a lot this run actually, forgetting to buy power-ups. Anyway, this 9-minute wave is probably one of the trickier ones because it's where these bats come in from. These red bats, which are incredibly tanky, but if we just keep walking in a given direction. Okay. Run 2. So, this is basically the same map, but what we're going to do is there are actually weapons on this map, and picking up a weapon will unlock it permanently for us as like an unlockable thing, as an available weapon. So we're going to just quickly jump in there to unlock all of those weapons. So now we actually can start with something decent, and then we are going to do this map. So there is a coffin on this map that we need to grab as part of the one of the unlocks for this adventure, but it's in the other direction. What we're going to do first is go visit all of these shops. So we want the crown and this clover. I guess we'll pick this up, why not? Guess we're in adventures now. Yep, we're actually very close to done with the run, theoretically. Depending on how lucky I get in adventures. As long as I don't die doing stupid shit, which is a very, very likely occurrence, it should be fine. But yeah, we're probably like 2-ish hours off the end of the run, maybe a bit less. Yeah, you know what? Why not? So our main objective here, oh fuck me, okay, that didn't work out at all. Okay, power-ups. Okay, and also, you know what, let's just start with Moonlight Borrow. So yeah, we do want to survive for 15 minutes, and in those 15 minutes we would also like to get over to the coffin and open it. If we hit level 50 before that time, I'll consider going through to level 80, because there is an unlock to hit level 80 on any stage, but if we don't hit level 50 before that time, it's probably faster to do it at a later stage, on a later level. Maybe I should not be playing this in 2x speed mode. But on the other hand, I'm sure it'll be fine. Yeah, whatever. We're not really likely to be able to evolve much on this map. We might get the wand actually, but so we don't keep our power-ups from the main game, but we do keep all of our relics and arcanas. So that's why we're able to use arcanas here, which do make this entire situation a lot more tolerable. But we don't have rerolls, which is kind of a big deal. None of these really help me. Because without rerolls we can't consistently get arcanas that are like good for us. But yeah, a lot of what we're going to be doing for these adventures involves just like running, running past everything and taking some very, very sketchy strats to just sort of like, basically like, get exactly the objectives that we want and nothing else. Crystal Cries. Crystal Cries is a very, very helpful pickup there. Alright. This is actually looking pretty good. Probably not going to hit level 50, but we've got a decent shot of getting this coffin before 15 minutes. Coffin, it's in the same place it is in the vanilla game. go Pugnala Pravola, also in the coffin. And 15 minutes. Okay, cool. So next thing is we're going to take the same character and we're going to go into Risky Wood. Actually, no, we're not going to. We are going to take Pugnala because she has slightly higher movement speed. And we are going to run as fast as we can. The only thing we want to do on this stage is reach the coffin at the end. Domario joins the survivors. And we are out. Very quick stage. Back to Imelda. We're going to go into the Rotten Orchard. First thing we're going to take is actually going to be Mad Grove because that lets us pick up this, which exists just like off the side of the stage, so it's normally unobtainable. But the only objective we have in this stage is to kill one of these enemies, which is this tree. It's really tanky, but that's why we picked up the Fuwafualu. So hopefully this thing should die relatively soon. There we go. Now this is the one that we actually spend some time in, which is Garlic Paradise. So we need to hit level 50 to get to the next stage. And while we're here, we're also going to just go ahead and go straight through to level 80. So we're going to start with Hail from the Future, because that is generally probably the best for just like starting us off, giving us a good starting, well, generally probably the best for yeah, to get us going, enough of a head start to get through to the level that we want, especially because of this. We really want to try avoid picking up these Orologians because they freeze enemies, and freezing enemies is bad because, well, when they're frozen, we have to start moving around to kill enemies instead of waiting for them to come to us. But yeah, this stage is pretty straightforward. We have a fairly small area to move around in, but we're not really at risk of dying most of the time. If we kind of just like had gotten a bit unlucky with our level ups or with our Hail from the Future drops, we might have been struggling a little bit, but as it is, this is perfectly fine. Candy box, sure. Is the speedrun page for this game just abandoned? Yep. The mods, I don't think there's been any activity on the leaderboard. I submitted my original submission to leaderboards for this game like probably a year and a half ago or thereabouts, and yeah, it's still just sitting there. Oh, like it would be nice because it was really annoying because I actually like I had to contact the mods just to get, because the leaderboards split up by version, and there was not a leaderboard for the version that I was running at the time, so I had to contact the mods just to get them to make that leaderboard, and then when I submitted to it, they just never accepted it, so record holder on Boggos too. Nice. I believe I'm probably world record holder in this game just by virtue of the fact that I don't think anyone else runs this, or runs this category. But I don't know, maybe there's this huge community out there and I just don't know any of them. Because, well, I don't know. But, we're about to hit level 80 here, so and verify your run. Someone get verified there. Yeah, I don't particularly care that much, I'm gonna be honest. Level 80, cool. And then the last thing that we need to do is we need to get 3,000 kills in the last one, retirement. Easiest way to do that is, hang on. Random level up. Fastest way to do that is to take Quignala Privola and just like run around in grass until things die. So 3,000 kills is not a particularly huge number of kills. I like 2 to 3 months old runs. Really, I haven't actually looked at the leaderboard in a long time, so maybe there's been some activity there, but still not sure I actually care that much. $3,000 kills. Alright, that should be the adventure done. Adventure complete. Ah, that was easy, right? 2 more to go. Unfortunately, World of Light of Dark is exceptionally more involved than the last one, the Garlic Paradise. But we're gonna start off the same way. We aim is to survive for 10 minutes. We're going to do that by taking Game Killer, but we do have more of an advantage in that the weapons we start with don't completely suck ass. Already one done? Yep, Garlic Paradise is a very quick adventure. This one is a lot more involved. It is still relatively quick. We kind of rushed through some of it, but the last stage is basically we're doing like a full 25-minute, well, full like 30-minute run of a map. And also that run is where I freaking died last year because I looked away from the fucking screen during the boss fight and died, which was very embarrassing because we were about to finish the run. Actually, speaking of which, I should probably ping someone. We're like probably less than an hour out. I did promise that if we were super far underestimate, which looks like we're going to be, I would go and play the I'd update and play the new content patch. I say new, I would play the latest, play the content that was added in the latest content patch. I don't know if I mentioned this to anyone. Well, I did mention this to anyone, but I don't know if anyone who is here currently is aware, but this is not the current patch of the game. This is version 1.13 because 1.14 has a number of bugs in it that made the run, certain strategies in this run somewhat unviable. There were a bunch of updates very recently that may have fixed them, but I didn't have time to check. We are way past 10 minutes, Jesus, I was not paying any attention. Alright. Okay, so we're going to go into Inlaid Library next. Our one and only goal in this run, is to evolve the magic wand. So we're going to take Mad Forest and get this. Well, it would be our one and only goal, but as it turns out, we have a second goal. What the hell is... why are these enemies like this? That is not correct. Okay, well apparently there's been some weird thing going on in the game's files because this is not the right enemy sprite for these things. But, I don't know why with like this, but we're just gonna pretend that this is what it's supposed to be. Why am I not frickin' getting... Oh. What is going on here? Okay, hang on. Okay. Fire watch or whatever. And we get 3 turns. It's way more than... I might have to re-download this game after this. Jesus, these are definitely not the right files. But whatever, it's fine. Yeah, so our one and only aim would be to evolve the magic wand here, but we actually also need to grab a coffin. Which is not in this direction, but we're going in this direction anyway because we want to get some stuff from these shops. Actually, don't think I need too much from these, but wings. Sure. One of the bad things about taking Mad Forest as a starting weapon here, as a starting arcana here, is if we run into a well, every 2 minutes, all the items on the stage teleport near us. If we accidentally run into an item that we don't want to pick up, such as the Atlantean rings, the gold or silver rings, or the Metalio left or right, we will summon an enemy that we just don't really have any particular hope of fighting anytime soon. So we need to be very careful that we're not spawning incredibly strong enemies at us. So the earliest we can evolve the wand here is 10 minutes, because that's when the first boss spawns that the first boss that drops the silver chest spawns. So as long as we can get to this coffin and open it before then, or before we can kill the boss that drops the chest, then we're not losing time. But I don't think I'm gonna get there in time. Oh, never mind. I have been... Oh, we still need to open the coffin, which is its own ordeal. But we have the wand ready to evolve at this point, so if I die here, it's gonna be so freaking bad. I think we're fine. Coffin, cool. Didn't lose too much time there. Okay, so next map, Mad Forest. We only thing we want to do here is get the coffin. So why are the freaking sprites swapped around like this? This is so weird. These are meant to be bats. For some reason they're freaking chickens. I don't know why that is, but the only thing we're trying to do here is get to the coffin. So Game Killer, Suwakulariki, match made in heaven. We're just gonna start running. God, these chickens are freaking me out because they're not normally this big. I think this might just be a thing that happens when you leave the game on for too long. And now there are... Okay, these sprites are corrupted as hell. Because there are like... I think these are ghosts, these like green bursts that are invisible. No, maybe they're not ghosts. I don't know then. Maybe if I relaunch the game, this will clear up. We don't really care about fighting any of these bosses. Oh my god, but it would be nice if I could frickin' see these enemies. Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm gonna try relaunch the game after this. Maybe that will fix something. Alright, hang on. There. Oh, come on, there's one left. There we go. Okay. So, what we did there is we just abused the fact that weapons fire as soon as you pick them up. We bought the pentagram from, Giovanna there, and that fired the pentagram and killed all the guardians of the coffin. Gallery Tower. Alright, I was going to reset the game. Okay, I am going to reboot. Hopefully this helps a little bit. Alright, back to the adventures. Gallery Tower, we actually have 2 runs that we're going to do here. First one, we are just going to run straight towards one coffin. There are actually 2 coffins on this map. Clear up the RAM a bit, yeah. Yeah, there are actually 2 coffins on this map, so we are going to try and get one of them, the one down at the bottom, and then there's another one up the top, so we're gonna do 2 runs. Main problem here is that we're gonna have a bit of trouble fighting the enemies in front of the coffin. My general strategy for this situation is hope. Yes, it does seem like it's looking pretty normal. So we might have to give this a couple of tries, just because I don't really have a better, like, fast way to do this other than just hope that we can kill the things, or hope that the pentagram will fire. One thing that I could have done that I forgot to do is turn hurry off, because we don't really need the timer to advance it in any way. Here, yeah, this is the coffin. We did just have the pentagram fire, so unless we get a pentagram level up, I don't think this is... Yeah, we died. Okay. Gonna try that again, but we're gonna turn hurry off. Maybe hyper on. That's not great. We're gonna reset. I accidentally ran into the silver ring there, which spawned the Atlantean witch. We really do not want to spawn. God, I love this track though. This is such a good track. Alright, so we're here now. We're in a less of a stressful situation because we're not. There we go, pentagram and goal. And now we are going to do the exact same thing again, but heading upwards instead. No, this is not the map that I wanted. Yeah. Pentagram, sick. Activation there. Ah, for fuck's sake, are you serious? Okay, that's gonna make things a lot more difficult. Thankfully, does he not spawn in here? Or is he gonna come flying in on the side? Okay, well I guess it doesn't matter then. Yeah, annoying thing is we need to fight, we need to kill these things. We're not at any risk of dying, but this does just take a really long time. There we go. Pentagram saving the day again. Alright, back to my girl Clariki. We're going to Astral Stare. We are going to abuse Game Killer one more time. So the objective on this map is to evolve both the what's it called it? The double pistols. So we're going to use the fact that all of the components that we need are just on the map, and also Game Killer, and the fact that getting a gold finger will drop a chest for you, which helps us immensely. There's also a coffin on this map, but it's pretty much on the way. Yada Cavallo joins the survivors. What a bro. purple chest spawned over here. Okay, if we can get Moonlight Borrow here, sick. That is best possible outcome. Good afternoon. Borgar with a shotgun. We're actually pretty close to finishing this run. I say pretty close. I'd give it like 45 minutes, maybe. I don't know. The last adventure is extremely prone to RNG. Oh my god. 2 weapons, massive area, no level. Yep. So Kliriki Suor's ability, well, her starting weapon is the Sander. Underwater is a kind of shitty starting weapon, so they gave her the advantage of having plus 400% area, but it drops off as she levels up. Now what we did is we took the Game Killer Arcana, and the Game Killer Arcana makes it impossible for us to gain experience in return for getting triple chests every time we pick up a chest, and also when we pick up an experience gem, it turns into a projectile that blows up. Let's have a look. Yep, that checks out. So basically, Suor Kliriki plus you know, we're just gonna take the easy way out on this. Probably help in the future. Suor Kliriki plus Game Killer Arcana is just like really busted. All of the weapons that we had were from pickups on the stage. PB pace, probably. I mean, my only other run on this game was kind of awful, but also like, I don't know, this has also been a kind of awful run. Whereas towards the end. If I can get like a good item from a up here. Oh my god, okay. Let's I have a lot of money, Jesus. Let's turn hyper off. Right, it's not really helping me here. Okay, we're gonna do the way I'm sort of supposed to, which is by not abusing Arcanas. Was the last time you started running this the only run at the time? Depends. So the last time you would have seen me running this would have been this run last year, but that was on a different version. So the leaderboards for this game are split up by version. So I don't really have any other runs of this this version of the game, except for my submission video, which is kind of awful. But yeah, so there have been various changes, updates to the game that actually made the game faster, even though there's content updates. there's been one, and that is an item that basically lets you double how fast the game is going. So if you see up here in the corner, it's got the speed up icon. If I click on that or press tab, it slows the game down a lot. Obviously, we're going fast, so we just want to keep the game in 2x speed as much as possible. I am not on the latest patch right now. I'm on the second latest patch. So the current patch of the game has some bugs in it that basically made the strategies that I use in this run not really viable. So I had to down patch to the previous content patch, which was in 1.13, which came out in like around May or so of this year. I think it's around there, May or March. But we are pretty far ahead of estimates, so if I don't fail miserably on this map or the next adventure, I will probably upgrade to the patch, upgrade to the latest patch, and then do the extra content there. Because we're already past the point where any of the strategies make much of a difference. Any of the any of the bugs that may or may not exist make much of a difference. What do I want? Let's just go to the Remote. That seems like a pretty good pickup. It's not really much to talk about at this point. I'm just vibing along with the music. We saw most of this, the strategy that I'm doing here, like 8 hours ago, or 6 hours ago. When we did this stage in the vanilla run in the base game. I missed a pickup. Whoops. does a section of this run stand out as the most fun for me? I really enjoy actually just like the opening section, sort of right, basically up until we beat the director the first time. It's probably probably the most fun because I mean it's basically what makes this game like actually challenging. Do I want anything here? I guess I'll take. Like once we're past like a certain point of the run, a lot of this game is kind of just legwork. Soul achievements, secret page, unlocks page, hunts and moves. Yeah, I think that's it. I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, 100% is those two plus Bestiary and Collection, plus we need to also own all of the characters. Like have purchased and unlocked all of them. All achievements I imagine would probably be unlocked then. Yeah, I mean we definitely have cleaned up a bit in this run. Like just before we started the adventures, I did like 5 runs in the space of about 10 minutes. Alright. I need a stretch, Jesus. Back hurts. Alright, so hopefully I don't randomly die again in this run. That would be pretty embarrassing to do that again. Yeah, there are some pretty weird characters. There is a tree, we do unlock him. Most of the secret characters we don't actually play because we just need to unlock the characters. All of the sort of standard characters in the game have unlocks associated with them, but for most of the secret characters like the tree, Peppino, I think it's Peppino, there's not really, like, unlocking them is the character is the unlock, so we don't play them, but you know, they exist. And then here is the ender. Fortunately, we lose the speed up during this section for some reason. But so again, the ender is kind of invincible for the first 90 seconds of the fight, and that's 90 seconds even including the hurry power up, so until the clock hits 34 minutes he just will not die, but the damage that we do to him is still being applied. It's just he cannot die until that point in the clock. Yeah, I mean, most bosses in this game are pretty easy. There's not really any difficult bosses in this game. The mechanics in this game don't really lend themselves very well to like mechanically intense boss fights. Like, the only real thing we need to do in this fight is to dodge a few projectiles, and that's not a difficult proposition. So we're about to hit 34 minutes, and that should... wow, am I short on damage? That's a little embarrassing. Apparently I just didn't do enough damage to kill him. Which is... not ideal, but... Alright, there we go. We're not quite done with this adventure yet. We still just need to wrap up one unlock. So we need to kill 12 Sigma Rossi. Easiest way to do that is to go into Inlay Library, take this. Sigma Rossi, oh, there we go. It's those red explodey enemies that I guess that one just died before it spawned. Okay, last adventure to end an ice age, and this one is really something. So first thing we're going to do is we are actually going to turn hurry off, but we're going to turn hyper on. Basically, every single one of these missions is just rush over to the coffin. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to rush over to the coffin and do nothing else. Which sounds easy enough, but that means we're going to be incredibly underleveled to fight the maybe I should pick this up, to fight the coffin guarding enemies. So we are going to need to do some interesting strats to make sure that we can actually kill them before we A, that we survive long enough on the way over to the coffin, and B, that we can actually kill the enemies once we reach there. Also, this first one, the coffin, is just absurdly far away for some reason. These items that are picking up are sorbetos. They're kind of like the flamey cake thing that makes you spit fire, but they make you spit ice. Ice that freezes enemies, so that makes them helpful since we're going for crystal cries. Chest. Oh, I lost it. Okay. Normally, I actually struggled quite a lot on this before I sort of solidified that strategy there, but turning hurry hurry off is actually just the biggest part of this. So we are here, but we also... Oh, do I want the clock lancet? I think I do. I also want to go here and buy... Oh, okay, maybe... Oh, whatever. And, so again, the coffin is really freaking far away, but what we can do is abuse these sorbettos that exist along here in the trail. Otashio, your bone boy, we will not be playing him in this run, unfortunately. Or not in this adventure. We're just going to be playing Shimu Nita for basically the entire time. We actually do have an unlock to hit level 40 with Shimu Nita, so this is the map we're going to do it on, mainly because we don't really have a lot of choice other than to just spend some time leveling up here. These guys are very... fuck me. That's a bit upsetting. I don't know why those guys were that fast. Probably because I have freaking hyper on. But we kind of need it because we get a bunch of movement speed from it. Okay, I need to stop grabbing that thing. It's not worth it to grab. Yeah. This is the adventure that came out most recently, so it's also the one that I have the least practice on. And sort of the least sort of refined strats for. I probably wanted to grab the Cockmancer there. Fuck's sake. God damn it, man. God, I hate this frickin' move speed, magnet. recovery, armor, might. Okay. God, I hate this freaking game sometimes. Yeah, this stage is very annoying. It's always frickin' Dairy Factory, I swear to God. Bane of my existence. If I can get a top band set weapon pickup, that might actually just like save my life. But I haven't been offered it a whole lot, which is a bit annoying. There we go, clock band set. Okay, this might make things a bit easier. We're not super reliant on the sorbetos, and what's gonna call it? Crystal Cries. Yeah, this is actually looking pretty good now. But we still need to hit level 40 somewhere on the stage, but I think once we can find a spot near the coffin to settle down, we should be able to even just reach level 40 on the way there. Levels in this frickin' clock handset or the tome so I can Alright. We are going to completely skip over that pickup. We do not need it. Fine, we'll take the pentagram. Okay. This is fine. I would really like out of bounds here, but I guess wearing my bar is also fine. Yeah, of course we miss it again. Do any of these actually help me at all? I guess Disco of Gold. It's the only one that has like the potential to actually affect anything. Alright. This is now actually looking kinda doable. I would have really liked to get out of bounds there, but... Okay! That is the pickup, the coffin. Now we just need to hit level 40. We're level 36 now. So we are almost there. Level 40, sick. Okay. Next up, same thing really. This is probably the sketchiest strategy that we have available to us. We are just going to once again run super far all the way over to the coffin. We don't care about doing anything else. All we want to do is get to the coffin as quickly as possible. We took Mad Groove there because there are 3 rosaries on this stage, and if we time this just perfectly, then we should get to the coffin just before 4 minutes on the clock, which is just before Mad Groove activates. So by the time we get there, the rosary should theoretically just spawn next to us, and then we can use them to kill the to kill all the enemies. It's definitely somewhat weak strategy, but it is fast if we can pull it off. And wait, did I run past it? Oh Jesus Christ, okay. Maybe it was 2 minutes that it was meant to be there. Well, I guess what we're gonna do is run back and then wait until 4 minutes. One thing about the Glass Fandango is if we what? If you hold forward in a direct, oh for fuck's sake, okay, this is not working great. Let's try this again. If you're moving in a direction, all of the shots will fire ahead of you, which is great. But it does make it kind of annoying to like face enemies when you're trying to get them to not be near you, because it means you have to be moving towards them. So there is a strategy that I'll be doing, which hopefully will actually work. Okay, so here's the plan. We're gonna stand right. No, what? Yeah, we're going to stand right about here for when the thing spawns. Pentagram, sure, why not? Fuck. Okay, that didn't work out. Oh, damn it. Okay, this is... But essentially what we're going to do is we're going to sit here and just like push against this wall, and that'll keep all of our shots going off in this direction, which should hopefully give us enough time to... Yeah, I was hoping I would get a pentagram level up there, but it's not working out super duper well. Pentagram, sick. Cool. Fucking yes! RNG, thank you. This is stressful. That is all we needed to do. Okay, and now same thing, different map, different character. One thing about Cosmo is Cosmo has very low HP, which means it is possible to just die from full health without activating Crystal Cries. But on the other hand, if you do activate Crystal Cries, then you do not need very many pickups to get back to full health. And he also has just very high starting HP regen. So like, I didn't even pick up anything. Oh, for fuck's sake, come on man. Pentagram, cool. This is still the adventures, yes, but we are actually almost done with this adventure. All we need to do now, yes, I need to find the shadow pinion. That's not it. That's not hard. I'll just do that real quick. But all we need to do is this one last mission, and then that should be everything. And how are we doing on time? We're at like, what, 9 hours out of 11? I don't actually really want to keep playing this game, I'm going to be honest, but... what do I need? I need Hidden Anathema. We're about to see this game get kind of broken. If I can get the engine going on this, then there you go. Then we're about to just get incredibly strong and very quickly. Thankfully, we don't have any more adventures to go. If we upgrade to the latest patch after this. But yeah, we just need to survive for 30 minutes, which will take some time because... Hang on. I didn't turn hurry on. we... Okay, let's try that again. Oh, come on, man. Oh my god. Why? There we go. Anyway, our aim here is to survive for 30 minutes. Once we have gotten the engine going on these Hidden Anathema, we basically just become unkillable. You'll see later on it'll just get pretty out of hand. You will see what this game looks like when it's pushed to just like its absolute limits. Not that we didn't see that earlier with Queen Sigma, but it'll be interesting. And we get to listen to the banger track as well. Alright, so yeah, every time we pick up a chicken, we're just getting a small boost to a random stat, so these numbers that you see just like spiraling all around us, those are just stat boosts, and these are permanent stat boosts. And they're also just completely uncapped. So we are just getting like an absurd amount of stats. You'll just like not be able to see anything that's going on. You know, more so than you already can't see anything that's going on. we have like plus probably like 1,000% movement speed at the moment. Yeah, it's maybe not that much, but we have a lot of extra movement speed. With this 310%. And then also just alright, well, yeah, so this is basically the last thing we need to do for the patch that I'm playing on. So all we need to do is just wait this out until 30 minutes. So, I do not believe it will prove to be a particularly challenging endeavor to do that. So, I think what's gonna happen is I will either because I could upgrade to the latest patch and do the extra content from there, but I'm not sure if I will actually be able to go under estimate if I do that. So might and also it is close to midnight here, so I kind of do want to go to bed. But I think we're gonna call it here. If there is interest in it, I will, what the hell? What the hell did I just die to? Wait, did I? Ah, fuck, I don't have endless off. Oh, god damn it. Fuck me. Okay, that's the fucking Reapers. I might actually just be able to kill this thing. Nah, fuck, I don't have endless off on. God damn it, man. Okay. Well, we get to see the insane bullshit again. And I get to message someone and say that I'll probably be finished soon. Died because of those. What? I don't know what just happened, but we're just gonna... Underwater, cool. Let's put it... Okay, that should... Oh, come on, man. Yes. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna restream those. What am I picking here? Not sure. still see some of the screen at the bottom. 7 Abshan build. Yeah, that's fair. Oh, we'll try and fix that for this. Well, we'll probably be just going the same build. Let's be real. Because we need all the fire weapons. If there is demand for it, I will run the extra content and then also maybe some of the new DLC. In the segment of the marathon after or over Christmas, during the unscheduled block. But I do not believe I'll be doing all DLCs again. That was exhausting. Still a Saint Survivor, unfortunately, yes. But I'm not sure if there's anyone on the timer. Otherwise I would have to do it myself. I don't particularly want to do that. But, I guess we'll just, take this time to, thank everyone for watching. I have probably 10 minutes to go, 4 or 5 minutes to go in this run, but not really a lot else to talk about. Thank everyone for watching. I hope everyone has enjoyed their time today. I know I certainly did up to a point, but this is fun. Hope everyone enjoys the rest of the marathon. Hope everyone has enjoyed the marathon so far. I don't know, what else is there to talk about? How's everyone doing today? Is everyone having a good day today? Crystal Cries doesn't really help me. She does it. Where's my mouse? There it is. Man, why does the game just not want to give me frickin' Moonlight Borrower? Why can't I skip this? Why can't I skip these? What the hell? Game. What? Yeah, so the chances of getting a five item chest is partially determined by your lock stat, which is why I'm getting all of these chests now. Because my lock is past 879%. Okay, this should fix the problem of still being able to see the background. Alright, looks like there is not anyone around to do the changeover, so I will have to do it myself, which is fine. But so, how's everyone's bitrate holding up? Is that going well? Do we have any news in that regard? What the game looks like in my memory? Yep. It's This is the true Vampire Survivors experience. You can still see the shapes and colors. Stamp. I guess not enough. Not enough of everything then. Hail from the Future and Moonlight Borrower, yes. I mean, honestly, Hail from the Future would probably just like completely break this, but yeah, it's having the constant Golden Finger on with the Gold Fever as well would be just peak Vampire Survivors. Alright, so we're nearly done. 30 minutes. That's us done with this adventure. So, that's leave adventure. That's 144 out of 144 bestiary, 165 out of 165 collection, 188 out of 188 unlocks, 20 out of 20 secrets, and all we need to do now is just purchase all of the characters. So we're missing, how many are we missing? Oh, we already have purchased all of them. No, it's just this guy. Alright, that's time! No one's on time because I'm the only person who is on the Restreamer team and who is also awake. So, can someone please note down what the time is when I called time? That is GG! I need to pause the timer on my end. But, probably we'll put on a task, before the next run starts. And then... yeah. Let's just bring this up. Where are we? Yeah. 9:27-ish. Alright, cool. Yeah, again, thank you everyone for watching. Thank you for sticking with me through this absurd bitrate destroying everything marathon. I hope all of you enjoyed watching as much as I enjoyed playing, possibly more. And I hope to see you. I will be returning in just over a week. I'll be running Guild Wars 2 map completion. So I hope you're all ready for that. Hope to see you there. Other than that, I will leave it there, I suppose. I don't know what else to say. Thank you for watching. Hope you enjoy the marathon, and goodbye.